Good morning, honorable guests, esteemed speakers, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to CHK and to Harvard CHK Joint International Symposium on Global Bioethics. My name is Grace. I'm the Symposium Coordinator at CHK Center for Bioethics. Before we start, just a quick note. As you can see, we have our AV unit colleagues here with their big cameras because we would like to videotape today's symposium for showing the recordings to you afterwards. So please hope you understand why we have so many cameras here. Okay, going back to the symposium, the theme today is engaging Asian and Western perspectives. We are inviting all of us to learn, share, and collaborate across boundaries. And as we explore this theme together, let's make the most of today, sharing ideas, growing together, and forming new connections. Actually, this year is a very special one to the two organizing centers because we are celebrating our 10th anniversary. So throughout the 10 years, actually the two centers are growing beyond bioethics education and research, expanding our reach and also forming new connections across the world. And as the host center, we would like to take this moment to share a short video with you to showing the journey of CHK Center for Bioethics. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to walk through together the journey of CHK Center for Bioethics.
I'm thrilled to commemorate the remarkable 10-year journey of the CHK Center for Bioethics. In envisioning the path ahead, I foresee a landscape where the realm of bioethics will encounter a myriad of opportunities and challenges on a global scale. The relentless march of technology, spanning from genomics to artificial intelligence, continues to revolutionize healthcare, while a pivotal notion that will undoubtedly shape the future trajectory of bioethics is the essence of humanity.
Whether we contemplate moral issues arising from the ever-changing biomedical technologies, global pandemic, or the delicate nuances of end-of-life care, bioethics serves as a crucial reminder that the human aspect must always be prioritized in our quest for enhanced health outcomes. The Center for Bioethics has been a cornerstone of the university in nurturing these vital dialogues and fostering a culture of ethical sensibility and responsibility.
Bioethics from its very beginning was a bridge. It bridges the gap between rapid advances in biomedicine and the human experience. The great benefits of science and technology do come with potential burden or even harm to people with serious illnesses. Good medical decisions should not be just technically determined by science and technology know-how. It involves deeply human values and emotions, and ethical dilemmas require thoughtful and holistic considerations.
Beginning in 2013, from the fruitful collaboration with the Hastings Center that helped us establish our center, to the development of a comprehensive undergraduate medical bioethics curriculum with Columbia University, our path has been defined by both trials and triumphs. The center has been evolving into a hub for interdisciplinary dialogue that transcends the boundaries of our initial vision.
Dr. Edgar Zhang's unwavering generosity as the primary benefactor of the center has been instrumental in transforming our aspiration into impactful, tangible initiatives. In particular, the center has served as a cornerstone in the evolution of bioethics curriculum in the Faculty of Medicine. Its impact reverberates through our medical and interprofessional education, infusing ethics contemplation into the very essence of our training for the next generation of healthcare professionals.
As I look back on the beginnings of the Center for Bioethics, supported by the Lenzen Foundation during my tenure as Vice-Chancellor and President, I'm truly delighted to witness its outstanding growth and contributions to the field of bioethics over the past decades.
Situated in Hong Kong at the crossroads of East Asian and Western cultures, the center is uniquely positioned to bridge diverse perspectives and approaches to bioethics as we live in an increasingly globalized world that demands pluralistic viewpoints to navigate complex bioethical issues. Our commitment to advancing bioethical discourse locally and globally has been exemplified through myriad educational initiatives, research endeavors, and public engagement activities, demonstrating the significance and relevance of bioethics in our daily lives.
In addition to advancing bioethics education within the Faculty of Medicine and the university, we expanded our reach to the wider community through outreach to secondary schools, community organizations, and the public through workshops and op-ed columns, promoting bioethics at the university and beyond, making bioethics more accessible and actively integrating bioethics into everyday conversations.
Apart from our current research focuses on end-of-life care, AI and emerging technologies, genetics, genomics, and reproductive ethics, as well as culture and humanities, our collaborations with esteemed institutions such as the National Academy of Medicine and the Hastings Center underscore our dedication to fostering a culture of ethical inquiry that transcends boundaries.
As we march towards our 10th anniversary in 2025, we remain staunch in our mission to play a pivotal role in engaging global communities in critical bioethical discussions and to foster a culture of ethical reflection and dialogue that propels positive changes in healthcare, technology, and beyond.
As we celebrate the achievements of the past decade, the Faculty of Medicine is unwavering in its continuous commitment to bolstering support for the Center for Bioethics.
Let us continue to champion the ethos of ethical excellence and human-centered care as we embark on this momentous journey into the future.
Join us in shaping the bioethical horizons in Hong Kong, Asia, and beyond.
Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed the video. As you can see, the past 10 years of our center is shaped by support and partnership of so many across the bioethics community. Hope you enjoyed the video. Actually, it's on our website as well. So if you want to review it again, please go to our website. Okay, to officially open our symposium, it is a great honor to invite Professor Mai-har SHAM, Pro-Vice-Chancellor and Vice President for Research of CHK to deliver welcome address. Professor SHAM, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, students, and friends. On behalf of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Harvard CUHK Joint International Symposium on Global Bioethics. Today, we unite an exceptional group of partners, scholars, practitioners, students, and engaged members of our community from across the world, all committed to advancing a dialogue in the rapidly evolving field of bioethics. We meet at a time when the pace of discovery continually redefines the boundaries of what is possible. Artificial intelligence opens new frontiers. Advances in genomics and genetics deepen our insight into life. The models of care are constantly evolving. Amid such sweeping progress, we are presented not just with powerful tools, but with new possibilities, and with responsibilities to determine the ethical compass by which we lead, whom we include, and which principles will guide us forward for the benefit of all humanity. Recognizing that no single community has all the answers, we embrace diverse perspectives that reflect the richness of our global society. Now, more than ever, we need cross-border dialogues to learn from one another and navigate the complexities ahead. The partnership between CUHK and Harvard is vital at this juncture. Today, we reaffirm our joint commitment to advancing bioethics, combining our strengths to create frameworks for justice, equity, and dignity. Together, we can rise to the challenges of a changing world. Hong Kong, at the crossroads of East and West, is an ideal setting for this collaboration. This unique vantage point has shaped CUHK's approach to bioethics, one that embraces pluralism and values dialogue. It is indeed fitting that this inaugural symposium takes place here in Hong Kong and in CUHK. This year, our collaboration is underscored by a special milestone. Both our Centers for Bioethics mark a decade of fostering ethical reflection in healthcare and science. This shared anniversary is truly special. I wish to express my deepest appreciation to all who have made this event possible. Our Harvard colleagues, CUHK's dedicated colleagues, and all of you here today. Your engagement across perspectives embodies the essence of bioethics. May our discussions today inspire new understanding and reinforce partnerships. Thank you for joining us, and I wish you a fruitful symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor SHAM. We will now have the opening remarks from the delegates of the two organizing centers. Please welcome Professor Roger Cho, co-director of CUHK's Center for Bioethics, and Dr. Rebecca BRENDEL, the director of the Harvard Medical School Center for Bioethics. Please.
Okay. How are you guys this morning? Welcome. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends from Harvard, from Hong Kong, of course, Indonesia, Japan, wow, South Korea, Malaysia, and I also know that one of my Harvard MB classmates just flew in from the Philippines. Welcome, and beyond, all the people from around the world, welcome. Thank you very much for being here with us this morning. I'm very honored to also acknowledge our guest of honor, Professor Mai-har, our center benefactor, Dr. Eka Chang. Thank you very much. The chairperson of our advisory committee, Professor T.F. Falk, who's also here with us today, and also the director, my partner in crime for this international symposium, director of the HMS Center for Bioethics, Rebecca BRENDEL. Please give a big hand to everybody here. Becca, we made it. We made it. For a little bit background for you guys. This almost couldn't happen, but this is happening right now. It's like our dreams come true, especially what's going on right now in the world. So that is why I think your presence makes this milestone gathering especially meaningful, important, and pertinent to this shifting global world order that we're witnessing right now in our world. So thank you very much for being here. This is just almost surreal. And today's gathering is more than a symposium. I think it's an understatement. It marks a milestone in the journey of CUHK Center for Bioethics, standing here with our partners from the Harvard Medical School Center for Bioethics. I reflect on how far our center has come over the past decade. And as you know, both our centers are celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. And even more on the possibilities that arise when institutions unite around a shared vision, shared humanity. As you can see from the video that we put humanities a lot of times, because we believe that even with the advent of new technologies, AI, big data, robotics, genomics and genetics, and all the emerging technologies, what is at the core is really our shared humanity. At its core, bioethics compels us to examine profound questions at the intersection of healthcare, science, and society. It prompts us to consider, for example, how we value life and dignity, what responsibilities we hold towards patients and our communities, and how we balance technological progress with compassion and justice. In this era of rapid innovation, evolving societal values, the role of bioethics and open discussion like what we're going to have today is vital, more vital than ever. It guides clinical practice and public policy while continuously reminding us of our common humanity. Dialogue is the lifeblood of bioethics. Bioethics thrives when ideas flow across disciplines, backgrounds, and the theme of today, cultures. This spirit of exchange forms foundation of our partnership with Harvard. And today's symposium is also not just a shared event. It marks the start of a meaningful, ongoing collaboration, one that promises mutual learning and growth as we work together to address the issues shaping our lives and societies. Today, we're here to explore some of the most pressing bioethical questions of our time. How can Asian and Western perspectives enrich our understanding of bioethical challenges? In what ways do diverse cultural, religious, and philosophical traditions influence the choices that we make in care and in policy? And also, what new responsibilities arise as we engage with advances in technology and evolving social expectation? It is also especially meaningful to have these conversations here in Hong Kong, a city renowned for its meeting of cultures and ideas, where East and West intersect almost every day. The diversity in this room from Hong Kong, Asia, and the West and beyond reminds us that the most valuable insights emerge from authentic dialogue and openness. So thank you, everyone whose dedication has made this moment possible. Our friends at Harvard, our CUHK team, please give a big hand to our team. They're amazing. And each of you who are present here today, your commitment to thoughtful exchange is what continues to move the field of bioethics forward. So may I now introduce Becca BRENDEL to give your opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let me say just a couple more things to say. Distinguished leaders, guests, colleagues from around the world, friends, it is such an honor to be here. Sorry, I got more emotional. I practiced this 3 times. 10 years ago, we imagined, both of us, we imagined at our Harvard Center for Bioethics that we could develop a master's program housed in a new center for bioethics that could make a commitment both to the learning and the knowledge of bioethics, but also we had this little idea. We had this little idea and a dream that our learning could change the world. And a dream at that time that was almost unimaginable, that we could create the spaces and relationships to change ourselves, and by virtue of doing that, change each other and be a force for the good. I really want to thank Roger and the leadership of CUHK for being a huge part of making this dream become a reality as we set out together on this unique bringing together of Asian and Western perspectives in the work of bioethics, starting in no more perfect place, as Roger has said, than Hong Kong, but also continuing on over the next 10 days to Malaysia and Indonesia, bringing together our colleagues also from Japan, South Korea, and beyond. So this is really an extraordinary journey. It turns out, actually, that Roger himself has a big imagination as well. And this conference was the result, was the result of a project he and I did. I think it originally started because the extraordinary can start from very mundane considerations. I think Roger was hoping to finish his last credits of his master's degree in bioethics at a time other than 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. with a virtual course. So Roger and I started talking about what we might do as a collaborative enterprise together during his last credits of his own Master of Bioethics. And this is what came out of it. So don't be afraid to dream a little dream. But really, I want to express for a minute before we get started just the profound gratitude I have on behalf of our center, not just for the now and for this conference, but for the gifts that the work of bioethics imbues in each one of us, and I hope will continue to impart for the rest of our lives and for generations to come. So here's how I think about them in a condensed rather than expansive view, and I hope that we'll continue to expand the gifts that that bioethics brings to all of us. First, what an incredible privilege to be able to do work every day that changes the world in the direction we believe it needs to change. Second, how extraordinary to be in a field that focuses on creating the spaces and relationships to sustain this work and to sustain ourselves, especially at times like these when we need it the most. And third, perhaps a little too personal, but perhaps also relating to all of us, perhaps the greatest gift of all as a teacher is to learn more from one's students than one could ever have imagined one themselves could teach. In all of what's happening right now, as a result of that, I can say that the future is bright. Thank you all for sharing sharing in these immeasurable gifts with us today. Thank you for bringing your attention, your minds, your hearts, and your commitment to making this world a more just place as we bring together our science and our humanity in community in the work of bioethics. Thank you so much for having us.
I just have one thing to add. All the waking up at 4 a.m. is worth it. Harvard MBA program is fabulous, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. BRENDEL and Professor Zhou. Would both of you please move to the center of the stage for the next segment? Yeah, and now may I also invite another co-director of CHK Center for Bioethics to come forth, because we'll have an important moment now. Now, next we will have the signing ceremony of the certificate of collaboration between the two centers. Would the three of you please, move to the center of the stage? We have a big certificate here. Yeah. Now what they are doing will be like Oscar red carpet part. So the three of you can turn around and then sign your big name on the certificate, just one by one. Now for this one is not just a formality, it's actually a joint commitment to show that we want to have a stronger collaboration for the academic parts and also the research. Hope that we can bring a betterment for the global bioethics community. So shall we give a big round of applause to them? Congratulations, thank you very much. Okay, let's take a photo together. So yeah, the three of you and then with the certificate. Okay, please look at the camera. Shall we also give them a round of applause again? Congratulations. We are looking forward to their collaborations. Yeah, one. So please take a seat first. Yeah. Okay, get ready because now we're going to take a group photo with everybody in this hall. Your big smile, thumbs up. Yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Thank you very much. Big round of applause to yourself. Thank you very much. Okay, let's settle down, and then it's time for us to start our real business of today. Okay, today's program is designed to explore how our collective perspective can shape the future of bioethics education, research, and ethical practice. Let us now begin our first panel session on global bioethics research. In this session, we will hear from 3 distinguished scholars whose work explores pluralism, cross-cultural care, and technological-driven challenges at the forefront of bioethics research. Our first speaker is Professor Roger Chung. His presentation is titled, What Do We Mean by Global Bioethics? The Significance of Engaging Pluralistic Perspectives. Professor Chung, please.
Hi, everyone. It's my honor to be here to give the first talk for today when Becca and I are conceiving this little baby of ours. We're thinking maybe we should start off with talking about what do we mean by global bioethics and pluralistic viewpoints that we've mentioned quite a lot of times today already. What do we mean by that? So I would like to start off with a case study that I actually learned from the Harvard MBA program, from the Foundations of Bioethics course that a lot of our fellow students have already watched, hopefully. It's a very fabulous movie, and this movie is based on an actual lie, as you can see over on the poster there. It's actually based on a lot of true stories that happen in China, in a lot of Chinese families. So this is very interesting. The English name of the movie is called The Farewell. And then in Chinese, it's actually not called The Farewell. It's called Don't Tell Her, okay? So here's the synopsis. Spoiler alert for those of you who haven't watched it. So the story goes like this. The aspiring Chinese-American writer Billy, played by Awkwafina, maintains a closer relationship with her Nai, okay, paternal grandmother, who lives in Changchun, China. After receiving a rejection letter from Guggenheim Fellowship, she discovered her parents that Nai has been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer and is predicted to have only a few months left to live. Through deception and manipulation of medical test results, the diagnosis is kept a secret from Nai herself. She is instead falsely told that her recent doctor visits have only revealed benign findings. A wedding for Billy's cousin from Japan has been planned in China as an excuse to unite the family to spend what is expected to be one last time with Nai. Fearing Billy will end up exposing the lie to her grandmother, Billy's parents tell her to remain in New York City. Don't come to China. Well, but then she disobeys her parents' orders and flies to Shenzhen shortly after the rest of the family arrive. She assures her parents that she will not reveal the cancer diagnosis to Nai. Throughout the trip, however, she clashes with the rest of the family over their deliberate dishonesty towards her grandmother. Guilt-ridden, Billy expresses conflicted thoughts with her parents over the Chinese cultural beliefs that result in a family refusing to disclose a life-threatening disease, including the trauma of her grandfather passing away without her knowledge after they moved to the United States. One night, her uncle contends that the lie allows the family to bear or share the emotional burden of the diagnosis rather than Nai herself, a practice of collectivism or feminism that he acknowledges differs from the more individualistic values common in Western culture. Billy later learns that Nai also told a very similar lie to her own husband up until his death when he was terminally ill. Now, on the day of the wedding, both her uncle and cousin break down in tears on separate occasions, but manage to proceed through the banquet without raising Nai's suspicions. We're almost there. Billy intercepts Nai's medical test results from the hospital, talk in English to her medical doctor who happened to have studied abroad in the UK, and has the test result altered to reflect a clean bill of health, helping to maintain the lie. Now, this part is less about the medical side, but I think it's nevertheless very important. That night, Nai gives Billy a red pocket hongbao, encouraging her to spend the money as she chooses. Billy admits that she wants to stay in Changchun to spend more time with Nai, but she declines, telling her that she needs to live her own life. When Billy reveals that the fellowship rejection to her, Nai encourages Billy to keep an open mind and not get hung up on the failure. Don't be the bull endlessly ramming his horns into the corner of the room. She says that life is not about what things one does, but more so about how one goes about doing them. This is something that I would like to echo towards the end of today's talk. Billy keeps her promise to maintain the lie. okay? And that's the end of the story that I would like to share. And so here's the ethical question. What should be the ethical thing to do? What is the right thing to do, okay, for Billy and maybe for us to think about, right? So here are the morally salient features of the case. Patient's conditions: terminal lung cancer, perceived to be approaching her end of life, only a few months left to live, not seen to be suffering a lot as we see in the movie. The quality of life, I would say, is quite decent still, right? But probably deteriorating. From the patient's perspective, she actually did not know about her diagnosis, so she went along with whatever her family told her. And she was actually happy that her family all gathered in Changchun. From the family's perspective, they deliberately lied about the diagnosis, of course we know that, went so far to manipulate the medical results, and they argue, here's the argument that they used, to bear and to share the emotional burden of the diagnosis. And we can call that some kind of a principle that they hold, right? So that they're actually doing what they're doing, that is not to tell Nai her results. The doctor helped the family to conceal the truth in China. Now, from Billy's perspective, it's more conflicted, guilt-ridden. At the beginning, she felt that Nai should be told the truth, right? Because truth-telling should be something ethical, right? If we have to use a principle to kind of embody that, well, respect for autonomy. We should respect the patient's wish, according to Beecham and Chodris, Principles of Biomedical Science, Medicine. She went along with the family's decision later, though. Under family, we got to ask, is it under family or social or cultural pressure? Is it about family harmony? Or was she convinced by her family's argument of the principle that we should bear the burden together? So just to kind of depict the kind of pressure that she has and also the different levels of community that she's under. So this is Billy, right? And here's the circle of family around her, and her family is quite complicated, right? She has a migrant history, but she's also having a lot of close relationships with the family in China and the society. These are all exerting ideologies, values, and pressures on her, right? So conflicting. At the same time, she also brought over another set of moral value system that she probably learned, or basically that's her lived experience living as a migrant in America. So here are some of the ethical analysis that I would want to give you. We need to discern the level of abstraction, even when we say we are all influenced by culture or cultural taboo. What do we mean by that, right? So here is moral theories going down to ethical principles, to moral beliefs, and specific moral rules. When we say it is a rule to not tell her what her diagnosis really is in China, we are now lying at the bottom of the level of abstraction. It's very specific. Just don't tell her, right? Doesn't matter what the reason is, just don't break the bad news to her. That's a specific cultural rule. But we can move it up. What if it is a cultural belief, like, for example, believing that bad news will bring bad luck or bad consequences to the family and to Nai? We can move it up a little bit even more. The principle, the bad news will burden the patient emotionally or even physically. That is the argument that her uncle was using. What about theory? When we talk about theory, we're talking about collectivism, familism, or Confucianism, right? Things like that. So it is not uncommon at all for Chinese families to say, oh, you guys are, very Western influenced. It's all about individual autonomy. But, we are the descendants of the dragons. And, we're very Confucius that way, right? So those are theory, but, we can actually discern the level of abstraction It goes from theory to principle to belief and then to rule without us even knowing that. Right? So now I want to focus on the principle that the uncle actually used to argue why they didn't want to tell her. They didn't want to tell the bad news to Nai, right? It is a principle that they use. The bad news would burden the patient emotionally. So this is what I want to highlight, right? From the family's perspective, the Chinese culture's principle of not telling her is that actually, if you really think about it, they don't want to harm grandmother, right? So it is actually doing no harm. You can argue that there is this principle of doing no harm to her, but however, the specification here is that they are arguing not to harm Nai's general or emotional well-being versus a more Western perspective that we learn usually in medical curriculum of the 4 principles. Doing no harm actually means not to harm Nai's quality of life, physical, clinical conditions, right? According to Beecham and Chodris. So both of them are talking about doing no harm to Nai, non-maleficence, but they mean different things because of different specifications, right? Same principle, different specifications from different perspectives. This is what we're witnessing here. That is why there is a conflict within Billy's mind, because she is influenced by both cultures and perspectives. And this reminds me of something that philosopher Mark Timmons has talked about. He tried to distinguish between fundamental and non-fundamental moral disagreement. The question here is this fundamental moral differences? All right, so for those of you who have taken MBE foundations, remember Mark Timmons? Sure. Now, a fundamental moral disagreement, according to Mark Timmons, between two parties is one rooted in a disagreement about the basic moral norms of the parties in questions. It is a disagreement that would persist even if both parties agreed about all of the relevant non-moral facts about the disputed issue. However, a non-fundamental moral disagreement is one rooted in a disagreement about a non-moral factual matter that is suitable for scientific investigation, one that is rationally resolvable. So, here's what I'm going to say. The difference between Billy and her Chinese family is non-fundamental because both meant to do no harm to the grandmother. Fundamentally, there's no disagreement about the basic moral norms here. Both of them are talking about do no harm. But whether the truth-telling would harm Nai, that's different. They have different understanding of it, right? So Billy thinks that she has the right to know and probably is not going to hurt her, and she can plan ahead for the last days of her life. But from the uncle perspective, that is going to hurt her, right, emotionally. So this is a non-fundamental disagreement about a non-moral factual matter. And I'll tell you this is a good news that this is non-fundamental disagreement, right? Because such differences can be resolved by rational means. We can think about doing, for example, as scholars, empirical bioethics study to see whether people want to know and whether that is going to really harm them emotionally, right? So this is important because we're now, really what I'm trying to tell you here is perspectives matter, right? And we should try to shift away from treating theories as only foundations, okay? This is Susan Sherwin, who really inspired a lot of what I'm thinking in bioethics. If theories are foundational, okay, they would easily become a battle of the theories, okay? And this is not what we want to see, right? It would become like choosing among the different theories. Is the West better or is the East perspective better, right? In the Farewell case, right, it could become this battle between the West and the East, and we don't want to see that. And it is so common in our society. Oh, you guys are, so Western, or, you're so Chinese, so traditional. it became a battle. So shifting away from treating theories as foundations, what I'm trying to say is we should treat them as perspectives, as lenses, okay? So here are all the different kinds of theories. We can take each one, I wear my glasses today because I want to show you how to do this, right? So pick one up, pick a pair up, look at the problem. You may see a different answer from another pair of lens. These are perspectives. We're not talking about, okay, you should choose this theory and stick with this theory forever and only use this theory as your only perspective. We can have different perspectives. And in bioethics, what I think is the most important is to train us to be able to use all these different lenses to look at the same problem, right? And I'm not talking about stacking all the glasses, right? Because, it's not a checkbox exercise. It's not like, oh, I have fulfilled virtual ethics and pure ethics and Buddhist ethics and Chinese ethics and principlism, then, my decision is the best. It's not like that, okay? So it's not a checkbox exercise. And then if you try it like that, you know that it's very blurry. Your vision is completely blurred out, right? So we have to take one up, put it back, and take another pair up and look at the same problem like this, right? This is true, right? According to this shape, it is square, it's a circle, it's a triangle. They're all true, but it's not, they don't represent the whole truth, is what I'm trying to say. So perspectives matter. Each perspective brings something unique and true to the picture, right? So bioethics is not about training ourselves to be the defender of a particular selected theory or school of thought, but training ourselves to be able to use these different perspectives as our tools that help us to see the picture from different angles. And that contributes to the robustness of the whole idea of pluralism. Now, I have already gotten approval from Becca to use a little bit more time just to illustrate this very important concepts of global bioethics today. So robust pluralism in bioethics, acknowledges the importance, contribution, and strengths of each of the moral accounts, whether it's West or East. They're important. They have contribution. They have strengths, but also critical of the limitations of each of them. It rejects the idea that the right answer, i.e., the moral thing to do, it's a battle between different moral accounts, because that is going to inevitably lead to obsession with coming up with the right theory, right? But it calls for acknowledgement and balancing, weighing of the different perspectives to make a considered judgment. It embraces the ideas that life and human nature are really messy and complicated, that we should hold ourselves to humility, epistemic humility, and cultural humility, that we can't always get it right. We're not God. The best we can do is to acknowledge and balance and weigh the different perspectives to come up with a considered judgment that may not be perfect. So moral residues, moral tensions still exist, whichever moral judgment we've made in these kind of situations. The focus should not be on coming up with or defending the best theory, but on making meaning out of our human experience. Global bioethics embraces robust pluralism by taking into account bioethical arguments and perspectives from different cultures around the world. So, let's go back to the Farewell case. Billy maintains the lie. Is that ethical or unethical? This could be her considered judgment after weighing out all the different perspectives that she holds. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect, right? There's still moral tension and moral residue of the truth-telling is still there. But what she didn't do in the movie, she did not engage with the battle of the theories at the end, right? At the beginning, there was this conflict, but at the end, she decided not to take any moral high ground and blame her Chinese family for not telling the truth or for being immoral, like finger pointing. That demonstrates cultural and epistemic humility. She focused back on the relationship she had with her grandma, making meaning, caring. That should be the focus of bioethics. This year, I collaborated with Nancy Jacker on a paper published already. And we proposed some moral values and ritual practices for global bioethics. And we actually took the virtue of Li, 叫来, okay, Li, from Confucianism to talk about these ritual practices and the values that we can try to train ourselves to have, right? So tolerance, mutual respect, epistemic justice, cultural humility, and civility. Because of the time, I'm not going to talk about them in detail, but if you're interested, I think this is a good paper to expand the conversation that we're having now. So remember this. I'm going to end with this slide, okay? Nai said, life is not about what things one does, but more so about how one goes about doing them, right? And I say, bioethics is not about what decision one makes, but more so about how one goes about making them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chung. Next, please welcome Dr. Reina Oseki Hayashi, Assistant Professor of the Department of Biomedical Ethics and Public Policy in the University of Osaka. Dr. Oseki Hayashi will present lessons from SHAM and a cross-cultural study of decision-making in amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Dr. Oseki Hayashi, your turn, please.
Thank you for introducing me. Hello, everyone. I'm Reina Hayashi. I came from the University of Osaka in Japan. And first of all, I'd like to offer my sincere congratulations on 10th anniversary for the Center for Bioethics at the University of Chinese of Hong Kong. So, and also the Center for Bioethics at Harvard Medical School. So I'm truly an honor to be part of this meaningful event. And I'm especially grateful for the chance to share some of my research work with you. So by training, I'm a physician specializing in gastroenterology and palliative care. And so in 2022, I completed the Master of Bioethics program at Harvard University. So today, I'd like to share my recent lessons from my research. And the first is an ethical analysis of Japanese concept called shimi, a word often used to describe what is seen as compassionate or good medical care. So the second is a cross-cultural study on how physicians from Japan, US, and UK make decisions about intensive ventilation for patients with LAS. So through both of these, I hope to reflect on what East Asian perspectives might offer to global bioethics. So let's begin with a bit of background of Japanese situation. So Japan has a population of about 124 million. It's steadily declining. The average of life expectancy is 84.5 years, the highest in the world, and about 29% of the population is over 65. So we've had a universal healthcare coverage since 1961. And like many other countries, Japan faces rising healthcare costs, and the sustainability of the system is growing a huge concern. So when it comes to religion, many Japanese people identify with both Shinto and Buddhism, and religious practice tend to be very flexible. There's even a saying that people in Japan are born in Shinto, marry Christian, and die Buddhist. At the same time, Confucian values such as respect for elderly, social harmony, and family duty still strongly influence everyday life and decision-making. So the next, I would like to introduce history of bioethics in Japan. So bioethics in Japan started to develop in the 1970s, and when Japanese scholars brought back Western framework from US, and since 80s, it has been taught in medical school based on Western principles like Beecham-Chilters and Johnson's four-box method. So the several cultural features influence this, and I will introduce some of them. The first, Japan is not strongly individualistic. Many patients struggle to make decisions alone. So this is sometimes linked to the idea of amae, a kind of dependency. So second, the decisions are often made with family members. So especially for older patients, it's still common for doctors to talk with the family first before delivering bad news to the patient. It's very similar to farewell. So third, there's a cultural value placed on reticence. The people may avoid stating their wishes clearly, especially if it would cause conflict or burden others. So we call them meiwaku. So in clinical settings, I often find myself working with patients who are shaped by these cultural social values. So this has made me deeply aware of the tensions that arise when Western bioethics are applied without adaptation to the Japanese context. So while studying bioethics abroad, I kept wondering, how would this idea work in Japan? Or what are we missing in our own ethical vocabulary? So through studying Western bioethics, so it made me find the word shinmi. So it's a commonly used in Japan to describe a good doctor or good care. It's commonly, but we don't often stop to define what it really means. I did some research into how this word is used by patients and in public discussion, so on Google research. So I found that shinmi is often described as treating the patient as if they were one's own family with emotional warmth and personal commitment. So it has two core qualities. One is familism. It's a special regard and devotion, like akin to family bonds. And the second is emotional closeness. It is affective involvement and empathy. So this stands in contrast to the idea of detached empathy, a more emotionally distant professionalism often emphasized in Western context. So I also explored the possible roots of shinmi, that it seems to align with Confucius virtue ethics, especially the concept of ren. It also resembles values in Bushido. It's a Japanese traditional samurai code of honor, such as jin, or loyalty is a chugi. Okay. So I began to see shinmi as a kind of virtue, one that builds trust, promotes empathy, and supports holistic care. But like any virtue, it can become problematic if taken too far. So too much emotional involvement may lead to burnout or loss of objectivity. Too little may come across as cold or uncaring. So from a virtue ethics perspective, I suggest that the ideal form of shinmi lies in a balance between the extremes, not too distant, not too enmeshed. And then I asked myself another question. Could these cultural and ethical differences also shape how physicians in different countries respond to the same clinical situation? To explore this, I conducted a qualitative research comparing physicians' attitude towards tracheostomy invasive ventilation, TIV, in patients with ALS in Japan, the US, and the UK. I started this research at Harvard. So there are striking differences in TIV use for ALS patients. So in Japan, most 30% to 50%, 55% of patients receive TIV. It's the highest level in the world. And on the other hand, in UK or US, that from 0% to about 10% to receive the TIV. One possible reason is the ethical stance toward withdrawing versus withholding treatment. In US or UK or other Western countries, they are seen as ethically equivalent. But in Japan, withdrawing treatment, especially a ventilator, is much more controversial. So there are legal differences in the right to refuse treatment too. In US or UK, patients clearly have the right to refuse treatment, but in Japan, the right is not clearly protected, except in specific end-of-life cases. And it's debated whether ALS patients recalling TIV qualify as end stage. So to explore these issues, I conducted semi-structured interviews using hypothetical cases. So a 29-year-old man with ALS, now recalling TIV, said, I want to end this fight. Enough is enough. Please let me die. This is a real case. But we show the three hypothetical scenarios. Case one, with repeated discussion with healthcare professionals and parents, he receives the TIV and after say this. So, and the second case is without discussion, he received emergency TIV. And case three is he didn't wish TIV, but parents disagree. It's always happening in Asian country. So here's some the result of my research. Today, I will show you about the shared and different perspectives. So the shared perspectives is the decision to receive TIV for ALS patients is extremely difficult, and TIV may not necessarily be a desirable option for ALS patients. And TIV is not considered a standard treatment like eyeglasses for poor eyesight. So TIV is highly resource intensive and raises challenges that go beyond individual discussion in clinical settings. And the different perspectives, the disease status at the end of life is so different. In UK or US, most doctors said this patient at the end of life. But in Japan, it's not end of life. So we couldn't apply the guidelines for those patients. And ethical perspectives for withdrawing TIV is also different in the last figure. And how to address patient autonomy is including family is totally different in both several countries. And various perspectives of shared decision-making. So they call their decision-making process as shared decision-making, but the content is totally different. So I will show you some comments, very interesting comments from 3 countries. So for British participants said, TIV is a highly burdensome, costly, and limited medical resource. Even if a patient wishes to receive it, it may not be realistically feasible, and it may not necessarily provide the benefits the patient expects. For this reason, we do not bring it up unless the patient asks about it. So American participants said, in the US, patient autonomy is considered the most important. So although TIV is a burdensome and costly treatment, it is ultimately up to the patient to decide. So in Japan, it's totally different. We try to talk about TIV as value neutrally as possible. If we say anything negative, people might accuse us of denying the value of the lives of those who are living with TIV. So it's a kind of the Nancy Clausen case against around the hospital. So however, once TIV is started, it cannot be withdrawn. So we ask patients to promise that they will never say they want to stop it. So when we feel that TIV would clearly harm the patient, we try to emphasize the burdens of the treatment as much as possible. And if I ask them when the patient wishes to stop TIV, so in the US and UK, the participants say the same thing. So under UK law, continuing treatment against the will of the patient who does not want it is illegal. And American doctor says he does not need his parents' permission. On the other hand, in Japan, respecting his wish to withdraw TIV could cause a social scandal. Legally, it might be seen as a murder or assisted suicide. Since TIV can sustain life for years, such patients are not seen as being at the end of life, and existing guidelines doesn't apply. So his wish alone isn't enough. We also need to consider his family's view. So here is a summary of what we found. So UK participants take are part of the paternalistic approach, and American participants autonomy focused. And in Japan, balance in appearance, all options are discussed, but autonomy is limited, especially in stopping TIV and strong influence of family. So insights from both studies. So the TIV is a very burdensome treatment, not only for patient healthcare professionals and caregivers, but also highly resource intensive. This raises a critical ethical challenge, how to balance individual and public interest. And overemphasis on respecting patient autonomy from an individualistic perspective may result in insufficient engagement even when support is needed. And in complex cases like Asian, so alternative approaches may be needed to avoid extremes and pursue ethical balance beyond traditional doctor-patient models. It's impressed, but we published a new paper about the doctor seeking the mean model based on Confucianism. So it's a kind of alternative and improves the doctor-patient relationship. And physicians' virtue like Shimi may help build more balanced doctor-patient relationship. So it's a conclusions, and understanding of cultural and social context is essential for addressing today's complex ethical issues. And cross-cultural comparison may offer valuable insights into these challenges and new perspectives on local norms. And I hope to contribute by bridging Western and Eastern Asian ethics and drawing on the strengths of both traditions to respond to today's complex challenges in medical practice. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Osaka Hayashi. Now, may we invite our third speaker, Dr. Rebecca BRENDEL. Her topic is Bioethics Research in the Era of AI and Big Data, a Shifting World Order. Will we welcome Dr. BRENDEL again, please?
Okay, so we've made a little bit of an executive decision that I'm going to use this opportunity to say a little bit about where I think we're going in global bioethics and maybe bring a little bit together of both what Roger and Reena have talked about instead of doing a deep dive, and hopefully also bring us a little bit closer back to where we were in terms of our timing. So when we were thinking about the topics for this symposium, we wanted to bring in this notion that global bioethics is an important concept because it can help us and help us do better work in the challenges that we're facing and the innovation that is ahead. So in coming to big data and AI, we use this really as a case example because of the potential of both to advance health and healthcare, but not just healthcare, right? Further than that. And perhaps this kind of innovation could make changes for those who need it the most, right? So in some of the ways that it can both help us understand our environment, but it can also help us extend health and access to health care beyond places where physicians and other care providers can actually reach them. But the natural course of history in this, right, and so the historian Ronald Wright has done work on this, as have others, is that when we come up with new technological advances, the natural history of this is that it increases disparities rather than reduces them, right? So this idea, when we think about innovation and equity, is that technological advances favor those who have, right? And technology, rather than making things better for everyone, actually brings us increasingly closer to our own peril, not just because of what we can do with it, but also, in particular, Wright makes a very, very strong argument. This goes back now well over a generation because of the consequences it has on our external worlds and our environments. And he calls this notion the progress trap, right? We oftentimes look at progress as good in and of itself without asking the questions about where it will lead us. And so the question we really want to ask with you today is, if we do it differently, right? How could we avoid this progress trap, and what could global bioethics contribute to that? So I want to start by saying, rather than going into a big analogy from the last perhaps major technical advance of CRISPR, really to think about this notion that if we want to know what global bioethics can do, and we want to understand what the work of bioethics can offer us, that in order to know where we're going, we should probably begin with where we've been, right? In other words, we want to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, and we want to also recognize, right, that today's problems very likely could have been yesterday's solutions. And so how we see where we're going depends, right, not just on the stories, but on our understanding and our narrative about how we got here to the here and now and why. And so one way we can do this is looking at medical and social anthropology, but really understanding that these stories that we tell, sometimes called origin myths or stories, really can serve as a principle of social organization with a social function. Okay, so this is work by Gaines and Youngs, but others have done it as well. And we want to suggest that in understanding and appreciating how bioethics sees itself, we can learn a lot about what we can expect of the work of bioethics, and in particular, what we ought to expect and demand of a global bioethics, right? So this could have three major areas to think about. One could be an organizing function, right? How we make sense of the world around us. Another could be about our own social stability or organization, how we relate to each other. And then the third, identifying the mooring values, even when we have plurality or variability in our expression of those values, as you saw, right? Or, right, so in looking at the different views, so as Roger talked to you about with the farewell, and then as Raina talked to you about, right, in the views of physicians in different social organizational structures, right? Is it a fundamental or a non-fundamental difference? Meaning, is this a variability, a plurality, an expression of underlying values and moorings, or is it something different that should lead us to contemplate our very notions of these underlying values? All right. So Gaines and Youngs in 2008 had this really wonderful paper. I encourage you all, if you haven't read it, to go back and look at it, talking about 5 origin myths in bioethics, with the idea being, if we want to understand how to do the work of bioethics, we ought to understand the different functions and the different stories we might tell about the evolution of this field, right? And so there's 3 broad general categories. One is that bioethics is reactive. Another is that it's proactive. And the third is that bioethics can provide continuity, right? It's really about a core set of values. So what are these about? So the first one is bioethics happened because our technology made it happen. We had to do something about either the fact that all of a sudden there were too many choices and we needed to figure out what to do, right? Should we do terminal invasive ventilation? Right? Before we had ventilators, we weren't asking those questions. We didn't have those problems, right? The other version of this reaction to technology is this notion that science has gone a little crazy, right? And so we've started doing things that perhaps we ought not have done. And so bioethics has to respond to that by doing something about it and creating limits. Maybe that's a policing function. Maybe that's a policing function about bad research, right? Or maybe that's some other kind of organizing function, but we have to think about it. There's this other story about bioethics, is that left to our own devices, we get some pretty crazy ideas, right? And so we reject our first principles because maybe they're too limiting, or maybe we're not being responsive enough to pluralism and different ideas. But maybe too, that gets so expansive that we lose our footing. And so we need to think about new ways of making decisions that can bring into account and bring to bear different views, but doesn't limit us, right, within a frame. The third is really a very positive looking way. So when we start thinking about work in bioethics, conceiving of bioethics as social justice, for example, bioethics might be seen as a proactive social movement, right? So by centering those who are excluded, by looking at what we've missed, right? By making the invisible visible, in the words of Iris Marion Young, then we can address systemic justice issues and issues of injustice. Another view of how bioethics is really a proactive enterprise is this notion about bioethics anticipating a social future, right? If we live in a world of progress and there's always something new over the horizon, then if we want to be relevant, we ought to be horizon scanners, right? If we want to predict the future, right, we have to be foxes. We always have to be looking for what's out there, right? We can't just be these detail-focused, right, thinkers who are getting so into the weeds, right, that we have expertise, but that expertise is not always relevant to what's coming ahead. And so this idea is that if we're scanning the horizon and we're looking to progress, we can focus on prevention, focus on what's coming, anticipate it, and in that way, right, advance the human condition. And then lastly, another version of a story, an origin story about bioethics, is that really what bioethics needs to do is reground us in the clinical traditions, right, that made the healing professions great and important and relevant in the first place. We already know, right, from what Raina just told us, right, that this is could be seen as an overly simplified notion, because if we think that Hippocrates had it all figured out, for example, right, we now know that Hippocrates was, of course, not just one person, right, and there are many, many Hippocratic oaths, and many oaths that we've changed for many reasons moving forward, right? But this notion that we ought to start with the central and core values, I think that this, we should just say, is really is something that we're going to have to be thinking about a lot, right? We sometimes say that our technology won't change our values, right? If our values and our moorings remain true and grounding, then we don't have to worry that we might be led astray. But there's no way that we could possibly go along with that, because we already know from at least the first two origin stories, if not the second two, that we're very easily led astray. Okay. So what does this mean for all of us, and how do we bring this all together? Well, our stories have implications, right? So I want to suggest that not just one of these origin stories is real or true. The notion that they're myths is that they're quite typified, right, of one aspect of what bioethics is and the work of bioethics can do. But that if we're going to be serious about engaging global perspectives and global work, right, that can stand the test of time, that can lead us to not just react, right, and not just to proact, but to identify what ought to moor us as well, that we have a set of virtues and postures that are varying and complementary, right? So thinking about our expertise and our independence, our ability for discernment, right? Seeking moral courage, moral imagination, right? And fidelity and integrity. So where does this all leave us? Well, the future is here, right? There are both risks of haste in bringing up models of big data, right? Bringing computers, bringing augmented intelligence into the mix, but there's also very much a risk of delay on the global scale. So there's no question that we need to be proactive too, right? Once something is possible, it's too late. We do need, in many ways, to be scanning the horizon with the clarity both about the aims of what it is that we want to do and the possibilities of what we can do. I want to point out, though, that these multiple origin stories could lead us to siloing,
right? So one of the important points that Gaines and Youngs make is that in the field of bioethics, there is this siloing, and there are these different places where people end up talking past themselves because we're having fundamentally different conversations, right? So what we need to do is not be exclusive in where we're doing this work, right? But to bring together multiple stories. These are all typified, the 5 that we talked about. We could come up with many other subtypes. We could come up with additional origin stories. We could think about sub-threads and narrative threads. But as we weave this exciting and nuanced tapestry of what the work of bioethics means, right? All of these different narratives, all of our experience can provide possibility for inspiring our imagination and our capacity for moral leadership. I want to end by saying that we can transcend this progress trap. We could make this next, we could take this next crucible, right, of what we will do with the capacity to harness data at orders of magnitude, incomprehensible orders of magnitude greater than what the human brain can do itself, right? We can do that, and we can do that and bend the arc towards our shared humanity and our common good and flourishing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. BRENDEL. So now, let's get ready for the panel discussion. May I invite the 3 speakers of this panel to return to the stage. Next, I will also welcome our moderator of this session, Dr. Hajun Lee, Associate Professor of Religion and Spirituality and Society and Bioethics, University of Puget Sound, to lead the discussion. Dr. Lee, the floor is yours.
I want to make these remarks before we go to the panel session. I was the first applicant for the MBE program because I wanted to study bioethics so badly. I was in PhD program at Boston University in religion and society, social ethics, and I wanted to integrate bioethics and religion so badly. And I went to the conference, ASBH conference in the States, and they told me that they may launch the program. So I was clicking on the website, like when they're gonna upload the application every day.
2015, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So since October, I was like clicking on it like every day. And then finally they uploaded the application. I was super excited, stay up all night to write the whole application, personal statement, everything, and I submitted. And I got the admission first time for MBE program. So back then it was small program, like 22, 23 classmates. And it was an amazing educational experience actually. And I really want to thank you, Dr. BRENDEL. If we talk about virtue ethics, like when I teach virtue ethics, I ask my students, who's your role model? Who do you want to like imitate to shape your character? And I would say as a professor and teacher of bioethics, I would say Dr. BRENDEL.
Wow. Okay.
She was very supportive for like every student and caring for every student. So when my capstone was like collapsing, she supported me and she's like, oh, I'm here, I'm gonna support you, and found a new mentor, and if we don't find anyone, I'll be your mentor. And she gave me emotional support, very courage, and I was very touched by like how she mentors students and care for students. So I'm trying to imitate a little bit like in my school, like how I can support my students and how can we make like trickle effects when we try to raise better bioethicists in the future. So I really deeply want to thank you for like all of the things that you have done as a mentor. So I feel really honored to be here, and it's truly amazing to see like what this center has been for 10 years and at Harvard 10 years. And
you know how virtual ethics actually work, right? So it's one of the major moral theories. You can trace it back to Aristotle. And the way that it works is you have to imagine a hypothetical moral agent making a decision and what that person is going to make, how is he going to make that decision? So it's kind of like, for those of you growing up at church, what would Jesus do in this situation? Or what would the great Buddha do in this situation? So what Ha-jung was actually saying is, what would Rebecca BRENDEL do in this situation? So that's how virtual ethics actually work, yeah.
Thank you for the explanation. So I want to ask you to ask questions among yourselves. So when you hear other speakers, did you find some questions and comments and related to your talk? Anyone among panels first?
So comment on each other.
Yes, if you have any questions or comments to each other.
Let me first start. So I really enjoyed both talks, of course, and I also learned a lot from Reina's talk today about Shinmi. I'm just wondering if, when you guys are talking about really medical care, would people really proactively think about the theory of Shinmi, or it is so embedded in the Japanese culture? And I think my question is, how did you end up highlighting Shinmi as an overarching moral theory to kind of frame how you understand decision making in Japan? So how did what's the origin story in your talk?
Thanks so much for asking. Actually, I was Shinmina doctor.
Okay.
In
What does that mean?
Critical settings. So I was too much involved in the patient. Very
too much
emotionally.
involved. Okay.
So
Oh.
I was going to burn out.
Mm.
So why I want to be a good doctor, but I become burnout. So
yeah.
I wonder why it happens. So I investigated the Shinmi, because it's a very common word in Japan. So
right.
We call the Shinmina doctor or Shinmina hospital. So it's a very famous and very common word. So we don't think about deeply.
Okay.
Very, very common.
Okay.
But if I want to be a Shinmina doctor, I won't be a too much Shinmi is make me burn out. So that's why the reason why I investigated this concept.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
So is there any non-Shinmi doctors and non-Shinmi hospitals and clinics in
Japan? So they avoid the burnout.
Okay.
So be more distant from the patient or more business-like. Or
okay.
Cool.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Well, that's
why. Yeah.
Okay.
And any other questions or comments?
Where you started us out, Roger,
yeah.
you were talking about the ways in which we think about, are we talking about specification of values, or are we talking about fundamental moral differences? And what was interesting to me, Reina, in some of the data that you presented from the different cultural contexts was this notion that if you were to take the typical American view and what the doctor says of what the patient wants, right, which is the patient has to be the decision maker, has to have the information. If it doesn't take that long being in practice, it's when you actually earn your stripes as a clinician, when you know exactly what I'm going to say. When the patient says to you, not like, tell me about the risks and benefits, but I don't really care about all that stuff. If it was your mother, if it was your family member, what would you do? And I wonder if coming from the other side of this, that we actually tell ourselves stories, or we maybe culturally appropriate to justify some of the kinds of decisions or things that we do. Maybe it's to avoid burnout. Maybe it's to follow some norm of practice that we think is right. But in looking at your data, if you saw any blending of that, if you saw on the one hand a certain set of justifications that were actually quite different from our fundamental moral, human, and emotional commitments, as opposed to a rational explanation giving.
Thank you you so much. So that's why I investigated the Shinmi through the lens of virtue ethics. So I think it's a very important thing to the balance, the extreme. So it's a kind of the Confucius virtue ethics. It's a like a means balance the means.
Yeah.
So I think that it's some important clue to solve this problem through the lens of means from Confucius.
中庸.
Yeah, 中庸. Yeah.
Middle path.
Yeah. So and when I investigated this Shinmi concept, so in Malaysia and Germany, the government recommends to treat the family member, the doctor's family own member. But in the US or UK, it's prohibited. But in Japan, we have no clear rules to treat the family members. So it's very interesting. So I want to investigate it. And how about Hong Kong? So treat the doctors, treat their own family members are prohibited or allowed?
I would refer that to Professor Falk and Derek Au. Is it allowed or?
No, it's not prohibited. It's not recommended.
Yeah.
Because I think you need to keep some suitable distance to be able to judge, make good judgments on the case rather than from your emotional reactions to the cases. So it's generally not recommended.
But it's not recommended, but it happens a lot.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
Maybe from the audience?
From the audience, we want to please.
This is a question to Becker. Okay, the term progression trap is very interesting. I'm an engineer, and I have a lot of resonance with this term. Okay? I wonder, with in time like this, with all the innovations in all kinds of technologies, how are you going to bring this forward to discuss these issues among the tech giants? Business reigns, okay? And often, even if you throw it out to the market, okay, how would you bring this forward to allow the markets or the people, the population, to really understand the issues at hand?
That's a wonderful question. I have to confess that I became aware of this work on the progress trap because my son himself was taking a course in bioethics in college. And I said, oh, this is so interesting. Like, would you want to talk about this? And he said, sure. I said, so what are you working on right now? And he told me about this movie called Surviving Progress. That was a documentary made by Martin Scorsese that was based on the book that I cited by Ronald Wright about called A Brief History of Progress, right? And so the whole idea behind this notion was one that became fascinating to me because it never really stuck in the work of bioethics, right? The work of bioethics was always about how do we get ready, right? How do we both be reactive and proactive about the fact that progress is just going to continue to happen. So I saw all these various and distinct ideas being put together and really have begun to think about this very, very question, right? If that rather than making this bold assumption that doing more is always going to make things better for us, if we thought that were true, even in biomedicine, without thinking more broadly, we were mistaken. But certainly CRISPR-Cas9 technology was the first thing that said to us, actually, maybe I want to proceed with a little bit of caution, because if you do this the wrong way, the things that seem like science fiction 20 years ago, very possibly could become real, right? The dystopian nightmare. But so I think, I look forward to, as we think about a global bioethics, I think this is such an apt topic because it's one that can really allow us to stabilize the questions that we need to ask together from a shared perspective of our humanity if we're going to get this right. And we're kind of running out of time. So, you know, in closing the longer than brief, but not sufficiently, maybe it could never be sufficiently deeply answered, but just beginning to scratch the surface. You know, Ronald Wright himself put out a 15th anniversary edition in 2019 of the original book. And really what he said is, I'm not going to change anything I said previously, even though a lot of it are old examples, but they're really, it's all the same trend, right, that we haven't changed. But what he did in the foreword was talk about, am I more or less optimistic in the past 15 years about where we're going and whether we're leading to a global planetary crisis of wiping ourselves out. And I think that there were both ups and downs during those periods. If we had to take a straw poll now, I think we'd all be very, very worried about the crash course that we're on right at the moment for lots of different reasons we could talk about, not right in this moment. But I think it's really important for us to think about that in a broader perspective and not, you know, one of the things that bioethics has done is become myopic about the kinds of topics that we consider really important or central to biomedical progress. And we need to be thinking much more broadly about what the bio prefix means. We all live on a shared planet that's only going to last so long if we keep doing what we're doing to it.
Thank you very much for all the three presentations in this panel. So I heard from your presentations, like first presentation is talking about the decision-making of family member. Second is about physicians' decision-making. Then both of them mentioned how to create meaning or make meaning, right? So by including a lot of different perspectives. So what I'm interested in, like, we are all talking about individual decision making, how they apply their ethical principles. But we also noticed a lot of family members are involved in this, and also other multiple stakeholders involved in decision making. So my question is, what are the ethical principles of interaction? And also it connects to the third presentation because we are talking about the order, the new order of global ethics. So when different perspectives from Asian and Western encounter, then how can we integrate them and to practice the shared humanity to create meaning for all the multiple stakeholders?
Would you like to start? Would you like to start?
Well, I think it starts where you started, right? So there is this idea, there is this very nice, I'm a psychiatrist, so I'm just going to say there's this very nice fantasy that if we take all these different pieces and we put them together the right way, that we're going to come up with some kind of world, some kind of state of being that we're going to make better decisions and we're going to be much more broadly inclusive and we're going to right all the wrongs of of humanity in the world. I hold on to that idealism or I wouldn't do what I do.
Yeah.
But I think it will be in subsequent generations. But I think really beginning with an epistemic humility about this, that we don't actually know, but we have to do our best work together of trying to figure out how to do this. I think that's the best we can do right now, that we have to muddle through. And how do we do that? We create the terms, the conditions, and the spaces to expand our moral imaginations. Right? We come up with the broadest range of morally permissible alternatives, even if we already know that some might be better than others, but we train ourselves, right? Like when we're medical students, we come up with the broadest possible differential diagnosis, even though we know that some of them are very unlikely, because it's a matter of practice, right? And it's a matter of cultivation of our own morality and our own skills and our own ways of being. That's the best answer I can give, but it might sound good, but if you actually had to apply it, I think it would be very hard to figure out exactly how to do that.
Yeah, but since you're talking about principles, right? So, as you said, as you can see, it's a level of abstraction, right? When you are talking about principles, we move it up a little bit, right? but how do you apply it to, to the cultural practice and also rules is, we have to specify it. But, when you're talking about principles, then I would, in the interest of time, I would say, you can refer to the paper that Nancy Jecker and I wrote. We list out some of those principles that are very important, including humility, cultural and epistemic humility, and also tolerance and respect for each other. I think that those are paramount if we want to do good works in bioethics. Yeah.
So it's a very interesting but important but very huge question. So I have no ideal answer to you, but I have a clue, or if I would say as a Japanese, we live together the multiple religion because we are born in Shinto and marry Christian and die Buddhist. So we Japanese will contribute to organize or pick some good things and contribute to the next global bioethics.
Can I add something?
Of course.
I was writing my dissertation on death and dying among Korean immigrants, and a lot of Korean immigrants in the U.S. they are going through guilt. They struggle with guilt.
Mm-hmm.
So some people who withdraw the feeding tube and all that, they're like, I should have not done that. They feel like kind of violating filial piety. And others who put the feeding tube and put all the life support for a while, and they saw their parent look suffering, and then they're like, oh, we should have done that. We shouldn't have done that. So a lot of people go through guilty feeling because filial piety is a big thing in East Asia. So, I mean, when you had the presentation, both of you, it really echoes in my Korean culture as well. It will be interesting, sometime, compare Chinese, Japanese, and Korean perspectives on death and dying and other issues as well, because I see lots of commonalities. Actually, it really echoes my work as well.
Yeah, and one last bit of because we were talking about principles, I would caution people to not over abstract principles. When we talk about principles, we have to specify the principles. What do you mean? What are the materials and contents that actually go into this principle? As I was just showing, do no harm can mean different things in different contexts. So I think that is extremely important as part of the methodology of doing good works in bioethics, and I think that that contributes to the way forward of how we do things in bioethics, and to figure out answers. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And any other questions?
Well, we're gonna have break, right? We're gonna have a break, and then we're gonna have more conversations. So don't go away. We're gonna have a break. We're gonna have some coffee and tea and some snacks outside. Grace, do you have anything to announce?
Yes. Okay. We'll now have a 15-minute break. Refreshments are available outside, and during the break, we'll also have a slideshow on screen showing the work of Harvard Medical School Center for Bioethics as well as CUHK Center for Bioethics. So please come back at 11:10. 11:10 for the second panel session. We'll start the second panel on global bioethics in practice. And this session, we will bring to life how compassion, cultural wisdom, and ethical dilemmas are navigated at the bedside and across healthcare systems. So let us now welcome the first speaker of this panel, Mr. Jared Lee, Chairman of Bohemia International Foundation, Hong Kong. He will be presenting on what matters in spiritual care for end-of-life patients, a Buddhist perspective. Mr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Grace. Good morning, everyone. As a former Buddhist chaplain, I served at Queen Mary and Grantham Hospitals, two public hospitals affiliated with the University of Hong Kong's Faculty of Medicine. Today, I will share some bioethical lessons I learned from my service in those two hospitals, especially those rooted in the Buddha's teachings, which anyone can apply when caring for end-of-life patients. To do this, I will share the experiences of two former patients for whom I had the privilege of providing spiritual care as part of their palliative treatment. I'm grateful to them and their families for their trust and permission to use their real first names. Gunwei is a 63-year-old Chinese man who sought medical care due to severe fatigue. A father of two adult children, he worked as a truck driver before his illness. After a series of medical evaluations, he learned that he needed a liver transplant. During my initial visits to his bedside, Gunwei's eyes were filled with tears. Although his children and his ex-wife were willing to be organ donors, he declined, fearing they might risk their lives for him. Fortunately, he received a liver from an unrelated donor, and despite a challenging medical journey, he eventually stabilized and was discharged home after 5 months. Gunwei's family members are Christians. They place a Bible and a standing cross on his bedside table. While Christian chaplains visited and prayed for him, he also welcomed my Buddhist colleague and me. On days when he felt better, he was talkative, discussing everything from his favorite foods to his improved relationship with his daughter. A few times, I was touched to hear him leave gentle voice messages on her voicemail. Gunwei was often humorous as well. We sometimes shared jokes and laughed so loudly that the doctors and nurses might have wondered what was happening. He often joked that if he had known my colleague and me earlier, he would have become a Buddhist because, in his words, "You guys are more embracing of people of other religions." When we left his bedside, we always said, "God bless you," reminding him of the love he has received from his Christian friends and family. Our service was not intended to convert patients to Buddhism, but rather to care for them by listening and being present. Perhaps for this reason, he trusted us and even referred us to visit some of his fellow patients whom he had befriended, which we did. Gunwei shared with me a valuable insight. During his hospital stay, his greatest suffering did not come from the deliberation about undergoing surgery. Instead, it arose from the profound loneliness caused by separation and isolation from his loved ones and close friends. This feeling was intensified by his desperation to survive. "Your visits mean a lot to me," Gunwei repeatedly told me. His words reminded me of why we visited. There's a boundary that separates presence from absence. Spiritual care transcends that boundary, creating a space for comfort and solace. Gunwei and I have kept in touch since his discharge. On one occasion, he insisted on treating my colleague and me to lunch as a gesture of gratitude. During that lunch, he asked if we could join him to visit Henry, another organ transplant patient we all knew, who had been hospitalized again. We agreed, and the four of us chatted like old friends for over an hour by Henry's bedside. Unfortunately, not every patient like Gunwei survives a serious illness. Tanusha was a 54-year-old tax attorney from Sri Lanka. She moved to Hong Kong after marrying Smith, a marine engineer who has been working here since 2000. The couple practiced Theravada Buddhism, a tradition common in Southeast Asia, but not widely followed in Hong Kong. Their 18-year-old son, Kevin, was studying bioinformatics while participating in a NASA project at a university in North Dakota in the United States. Tanusha was diagnosed with breast cancer. Although the treatment was initially successful, the cancer returned and spread to her lungs. Although Tanusha regularly listened to Dharma talks online, neither she nor Smith knew any monks or nuns in Hong Kong. When I offered to arrange for one to visit her, they accepted with gratitude. Knowing Tanusha's prognosis was poor, I quickly called Venerable Dharmajoti to see if he could come to her bedside. The Venerable is a Chinese-Malaysian Theravada Buddhist monk and professor who taught in Sri Lanka before teaching in Hong Kong. He's fluent in several languages, including Sinhala, the most widely spoken language in Sri Lanka. Despite his busy schedule, he kindly agreed to visit Tanusha the next morning, arriving at the hospital with 2 Bangladeshi monks studying at HKU, one of whom is fluent in Sinhala. When Smith gently patted Tanusha's shoulder and whispered that the monks had arrived, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing them, she smiled and tried to bring her palms together, a traditional gesture of respect towards monastics, but she was too weak to do so. Venerable Dharmajoti softly waved his hands to indicate that the formality was unnecessary. The 3 monks then helped Tanusha reaffirm her faith by taking refuge in the triple germ and observing the 5 precepts. She closed her eyes and listened attentively to their words. They then chanted the Karaniya Metta Sutta for her blessing. Finally, Venerable Dharmajoti asked the Sinhala-speaking monk to deliver a talk on impermanence before departing. The monk's visit meant the world to Tanusha. First, the rituals were conducted in the tradition she was most familiar with. Secondly, the monks were able to speak with her in her native language while she was away from her homeland. When I returned to Tanusha's ward after seeing the monks off, she spoke to me in a voice that could barely be heard. Smith conveyed to me her last words, "I feel good, thank you." She passed away shortly after midnight the same day, just a few hours before her son arrived from the US. A few days later, Smith, Kevin, and I gathered together while awaiting Tanusha's body being returned to Sri Lanka for cremation. This was my first meeting with Kevin. Throughout the time, the quiet yet empathetic young man gently placed his arm around his father's shoulder, providing comfort as Smith mourned the loss of his wife. Shortly after Tanusha's passing, at Smith's request and according to Sri Lankan custom, I organized a Theravada Buddhist service at Venerable Dharmajoti's temple, which included a Dharma talk. Before it began, I told the Venerable that Kevin had been unable to see his mother one last time before her death. In a compassionate gesture, the monk shared his talk that while teaching in Sri Lanka, he too had been unable to see his mother in Malaysia before she passed away. He recounted receiving the news of her death during a class when someone handed him a note. Despite having 10 minutes left, he remained composed and finished his lecture before contacting home. Venerable Dharmajoti comforted Kevin by assuring him that he was not alone in his grief. Like Gunwai, Smith has stayed in touch with me. Recently, he invited me to participate in a dana, a Theravada Buddhist event where food and essentials are offered to monastics. It was held to honor Tanusha on what would have been their 25th wedding anniversary. Meanwhile, Kevin made his parents proud by graduating magna cum laude and will pursue postgraduate studies in cancer research at a university in Minnesota. What these 2 lived experiences show is that every end-of-life patient is unique and special. Although some recover, many do not. However, they have all demonstrated to me a core teaching of the Buddha, that nothing is permanent, including our health, our lives, and the people and the things we love and cherish, no matter how much we treasure them. We experience suffering due to our attachments. When the people and things we love are gone, we feel a sense of loss and long for their presence. If we recognize that life is fragile due to its impermanence, and if we accept that life is precious because it is transient and momentary, we need no longer suffer from the fear of losing a loved one or facing our own death. Instead, we will appreciate that while pain is inevitable, suffering is optional. We will then learn to cherish time, the most equal commodity shared by everyone, 24 hours each day. We should do everything possible to avoid wasting it. Since time itself is limited, it often slips away unnoticed with every breath. We must treasure it by living in the present, right here and now, rather than regretting the past, which cannot be changed, or worry about the future, which is uncertain. The quality of our future depends on how we choose to live in the present. Living in the present is recognized by most Westerners as mindfulness or present moment awareness, a teaching originating from Buddhism. However, being mindful is not enough. For mindfulness to be meaningful, it must be practiced with both metta and karuna, which mean loving kindness and compassion in Pali, the language of Theravada Buddhism. Metta implies having unlimited friendliness towards all living beings, while karuna signifies alleviating suffering through actions. This combination is called kindfulness, a term coined by Ajahn Brahm, a Cambridge-educated theoretical physicist who has been a Buddhist monk for over 50 years and my Harvard Bioethics capstone mentor. To be kindful, Ajahn Brahm suggests we can ask ourselves the three questions. When is the most important time? Who is the most important person? What is the most important thing to do? His answers are simple yet fundamental. When is the most important time? Now. Who is the most important person? Whoever is right in front of you. What is the most important thing to do? Care. Kindfulness is a universal virtue that everyone can practice with humility, respect, and dignity, which are the foundations of authentic ethical considerations. By acknowledging that impermanence is inherent in all conditioned things, we come to understand that not every illness can be cured. However, we can always care for one another, regardless of our differences, as long as we recognize that we are all interconnected. Interconnectedness means our world exists due to various causes and conditions. Just as a seed cannot grow without soil, water, and sunlight, a baby cannot survive without the protection and nourishment of parents or carers. This realization allows us to transcend our superficial differences and appreciate our similarities. Fundamentally, we are all part of the human family. Our skin colors may differ, but our biological makeup and organs are essentially alike. Therefore, we should always care for, rather than harm, ourselves, other humans, and all living beings. As we witness the devastation and suffering caused by wars and oppression around the world, this may seem easier said than done, but just because this is difficult does not mean it is impossible. With the right attitude, we can see our world in a different light. Of course, reality can be harsh at times, especially when facing death due to a terminal illness. During these moments, what we can offer patients and their families is care from the heart. What truly matters then is love, selfless love, because it helps us accept and overcome the fear and sadness of losing those we love or those with whom we need to reconcile through forgiveness. But we don't need to be Buddhists to love selflessly. Anyone can learn from the wise words of the great philosopher Winnie the Pooh. People care too much, I think, is called love. Thank you for allowing me to share my lessons about selfless love through my service as a Buddhist chaplain. I'm grateful to Gunwai, Tanusha, and all the patients I had the privilege to serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you.
Grace, if you could give me just 30 seconds, I would like to introduce Tanusha's husband, Smith, who is sitting at the back. Smith, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to serve your wife.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We'll now have Dr. Hui Xiu Tan, bioethicist and clinical ethicist, Ministry of Health in Malaysia. Her presentation is Capturing Values and Persons Amidst Medical Paternalism and Multiculturalism, Ethics Persuasion in Developing Advanced Care Planning Guidelines in Malaysia. Dr. Tang, please.
Thank you very much, Grace, and good morning, everyone. My name is H.S. Tan. Okay, so thanks for having me here in Hong Kong. So thank you to the organizer for giving me an opportunity to share with you on the presence and persuasion of bioethics in developing advanced care planning in Malaysia. So let me share with you a story, the story of Mr. R. Mr. R is a 60-year-old Indian man with bronchiasma. So he presented with chest discomfort and needed CPR for 4 cycles for cardiac arrest. He suffered hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, poor GCS, and he was on low ventilator settings but was still breathing. He had other problems, acute kidney injury with hypernatremia, seizures secondary to HIE, and CT scan was showing cerebral edema. So the managing teams were expressing that the goals of treatment at this point was one-way extubation and for best supportive care if family couldn't agree with a tracheostomy. So if recovered, he's likely to be permanently vegetative. His wife, separated for 3 years, and sons were in agreement with the doctors, but Ali, his daughter, who was closest with him, was saying one-way extubation was wrong and accused the rest of the family of wanting him to die. More needs to be done to rehabilitate him. She preferred tracheostomy and home care. So on further information, Mr. R was a convict and was on home parole, and Ali had been visiting him often in the ICU. So she was the one who actually received the distress call from her father on the day of admission. Mr. R had no advanced care plan. He had not been speaking about his preference about life-sustaining treatment, and the treating team asked the ethics team this question: in the absence of a living will or previously stated preference for life-saving and end-of-life care, ethically, who should be making the decision? Would an ACP program help Mr. R in this case? So as I speak mindful of the groups that I identify with, I make no claims about the best methods of calculation, and the ideas and opinions remain the results of some of the discussion that we have had together when we were involved in the program. So I'm going to cover today the Malaysian context in terms of demographics, cultures, and legal provisions in terms of ACP, why the need for ACP in Malaysia, and the ethical challenges that we foresee, how can bioethics play a role, and a peek into the ACP guideline development and content, especially a focus at the end on social cultural consideration as aligned with the theme of the symposium. And as you know, where is Daima? So, you know, everyone has gone there for shopping, business, and for the food. So I will just share a bit that Malaysia shared her Asian heterogeneous society, values and diversity closer to nations such as Singapore, and also the archipelago indigenous traditions in the Sabah and Sarawak. So being an independent Commonwealth country of 68 years, many legal and public administrative structures follow the Westminster systems, just like Hong Kong, with the Malay kingdom's origins retained through a federal constitutional monarchy. So many public programs and policy making observe Islamic boundaries required by the majority. So Malaysia is multi-ethnic, multicultural, a pluralistic society with some cultural tolerance and not entirely embracing multiculturalism. So we have the dominant group of Malays whose lifestyles and way of living very much defined by the religion of Islam, followed by Chinese Malaysians, mainly defined by Chinese philosophy, customs, and religion. The Indian Malaysians similarly defined by both their cultures and religion, and the indigenous people from various groups with unique customs and beliefs. So truth to be told, Malaysia is so much more diverse than a simplified slide here, as each ethnicity has further ethno-linguistic subgroups and various customs that are defined by the history of migration and their current geographical locations. So, on the other hand, the medical culture in Malaysia is still very much paternalistic, like what Dr. Rina has presented also. So patients are not fully empowered to determine their own care, and most decisions are still professionally directed, revealing both the protectiveness and passion of doctors in serving their patients, but also the power differences and the non-confrontational style of patients during medical consultations. And with these gaps of health literacy, there is often this vicious circle of this empowerment for patients to actually have much say in their medical treatment. So a study conducted by the general practitioners actually showed that Malaysian patients wanted more say, and that a shared decision-making done right can create confidence, self-trust, better compliance, and improve well-being. So when it comes to end of life, and the first question we always have is, where do we want to pass on? Okay, so this is where, which is interesting, was done by the palliative physicians, palliative care physicians. More than half of the 600 that were surveyed preferred to die at home. But interestingly, when they were asked to actually project and anticipate, would that be happening? Many would say that it may not happen. And because of factors such as interference by family members, pain management that's better handled at the hospital, and caregiver spending, but also interference by medical professionals, among other factors. And this is the question of who makes the decisions, such as in Mr. R's case, when you are critically ill, is the $1,000 question in Malaysia, as it will make a difference if your wishes will be fulfilled. So in Malaysia, a surrogate decision maker is still very much socially rather than legally defined. Accepted decision makers would be legal spouse, close family, a legally appointed guardian, especially for children, and doctors. Rarely an ethics committee or the judge may come in, but generally no. So when a legal statute to ensure an enduring power of attorney and for a legally appointed proxy is yet to exist, the closest act that we have is defining the next of kin, which is limited to patients with mental health disease rather than end-of-life patients. So we have professionally, we have the Code of Professional Conduct, and to some extent the guidelines of consent for treatment that has some provisions that prohibit advanced directives that suggest illegal activities such as euthanasia and termination of pregnancy, but do mention the importance of ensuring the validity and relevance of AD in regards to clinical circumstances when deciding, and the priority for professional judgment in emergency scenario. So there are also professional guidelines that mention on AD, withdrawing, withholding, and end-of-life care, but nothing that defines how those voices, how those values are going to be defined, documented, and smoothly applied in decision-making. So many of these documents that I've shown you do not define what they meant by advanced directives, which we think still likely modeled after ADs in other countries, which is more instructive, specific in nature, with a focus on treatment options, but with the assumptions that patient is well informed and empowered enough to plan in advance. So advanced care planning hopes to actually refocus on the person and their values, wishes, and what matters most, which may still include what a patient may or may not accept in terms of treatment options. It captures the goals and relational aspects a bit better in terms of what makes life worth living and who matters to them. So to counter the confusion regarding ACP and AD among healthcare professionals, so Dr. Richard Lim is the senior palliative physician who led this project at the Ministry of Health, created a diagram. So this with his permission. So he put it up to actually always, when he tried to present it to the decision makers, to the clinicians, about the myth that we have regarding ACP, which includes that ACP dialogues are meant for terminal patient, a DNR form, a legal document, or ACP is meant to persuade patients to choose for conservative care, or it is a tick box checklist exercise, and most crucially that whatever documented and signed cannot be changed and should be rigidly followed regardless of clinical relevance. So these are all the myths. The rounds of explanation and clarification made at the ministry level by him on these concerns and confusion also led to the public survey of more than 1,000 Malaysians by the Institute of Behavioral Research in 2023 that revealed that even though 1/3 knew about ACP, but majority of them, when explained, felt that it should be available in the healthcare system and was open to discuss further how decisions can be made. So this survey was among the many other research and views that have been published that agreed and support the concept of ACP. So the next stage involved meeting held by the Islamic group to discuss how the objectives of ACP should align with Maqasid Sharia or the foundation or the goals of Islamic religion, and concluded that patients' wishes can be respected when they do not go against religion goals. ACP is to be encouraged when patient and family have correct and adequate information, and ACP should be discussed based on the benefits and risks of procedures and treatment recommended by MOH and not generalized to all patients and diseases. During the ethics discussion on ACP2 at the Ministry of Health, it was agreeable that ACP is an exercise that extends autonomy, promotes best interests and medical treatment that aligns to the patient's goals and values, and the program of such foster visible, personal, and human connections, showing a true commitment from providers and the ministry. As I spoke many times on this, I find that ACP will play a role in countering lost opportunities in a society where no one talks about dying preferences, and give permission and even nudges to promote conversations that are initiated by HCP. As for the palliative care fraternity, they wanted ACP in because they wanted more conversation on the goals and values, and the ACP can be extended to other conversations such as goals of care when the patient is critically ill in the hospital. And by capturing those voices and choices made, they hope to see an expanded service coverage and establishment of step-down care centers. It will otherwise be unethical to actually discuss on ACP when options are severely limited. But as a group, we do see the potential limitation. As an ACP cannot predict all medical crises, the patients still are learning in the deciding for themselves, and that the wishes in the ACP may not be realistic. So there is also a concern that ACP may be wrongly activated when the patient still has a certain extent of capacity. So deep in our hearts, similar to published reports, we know that goals concordance, despite being the main aim of the program, may not be fully observed during the rollout, but at least the patient can still state their trusted family members or friends, and the patient and the family can be aware that death is possible and reprioritize and spending more time together. So bioethics do hope that to enable the right things to happen, to support the stakeholders and try their best to advocate for policy change. However, they have to come to terms feeling glad to be rightly engaged, over-engaged, sad to be over-dependent, or totally excluded from conversations. So they decided to make themselves visible, such as this. This is just one group. So the Malaysian Bioethics Committee, of which its members are now more occupied with their own ethics projects and duties, was formed during the COVID-19 to reach out to many clinicians and also on topics such as vulnerable population, refugees, vaccines, ethics, and produce a 100-page guiding document that was freely available and downloaded more than 200 times. So as we know, we have to make friends. So there is a relationship between the ethicists and palliative care group, which is close for obvious reasons, and the things that we have done together. And in Malaysia, especially during COVID, continues to play a role in each other's lives. And we work in terms of training, writings, ethics committees, ethics consult, and advocacy. So when it comes to advocating the ACP program in Malaysia, the ethics and legal groups were engaged due to the ethical and legal issues surrounding the application of ACP that needed to be answered. What if a patient asks to end his life if he feels that it's no longer worth it? How should the doctors proceed if there's a conflict between what's best, what the family wants, and what has been documented? So I was fortunate to be able to contribute again as a clinician and to see that the system exists so all of us could say something about the care that we would like to receive as our lives come to an end. So some of us do want to avoid the ICU at all costs, a setting that feels very unnatural and cruel. And if it couldn't be dying at home for myself, surrounded by peace and love, at least I felt that I needed a huge window, light and space. So that was my personal agenda when I got myself involved in ACP. So I believe that kind of shared vision and drive brings more than over 70 clinicians over the 2 years together to plan for a program that was launched last year, September. And these guidelines covers the chapters on the goals, on some of the principles in decision-making, the ethical, legal, and social cultural consideration, specific disease considerations, communication skills, documentation, and palliative care steps at end of life. So in the proposed form, documentation form that different medical or surgical fraternities can adapt, you can see extra writing space to capture values and what gives a person's life the meaning, strength, and happiness, the concerns a person may have, and the type of care a person would accept or want to avoid, the preferred surrogate, and some areas that touches the preferences for resuscitation and life-sustaining treatment. So the program at this point is still at the stage of providers training, and that includes lectures and small group discussion on ethical justification of having an ACP, what are the legal and professional provisions, a refocus on the respect for person and the ethics point of view, and potential resolution if the stated preferences in the ACP conflicts with the person's best interest or with the person's current preferences. So ladies and gentlemen, it's almost to end with my talk. And I will just now give you a peek into the content for number 6 to 8 about family roles and social cultural considerations in ACP to fulfill the theme of the symposium today. So as the guide wanted to make sure, as much as we hope a person can be free from external influences, especially our own family, family still plays a role in discussion and planning as part of understanding the patient and his or her reasons, and their responsibility to help fulfill those wishes with some guidance for clinicians conducting those discussions when they are faced with different capacity of family members. So we included some of the main religious traditions and information. Again, this is a general perspective, and it doesn't fit into what a person might feel about his own religion, such as Islam, of which a refusal of care can be honored, especially when treatment efficacy is questionable, and that perspectives and interpretation may still vary between schools and individuals. So I hope that there's no repetitive, sorry, Gerard, if there is repetition here, but we have decided we're going to repeat the important points. We also pointed out how even a self-proclaimed Buddhist may still be following very much cultural customs and traditions, and that a withdrawing of care can be acceptable when it does not fall under intentional killing. And most Buddhists will accept that death as part of the impermanence of life and wish for a mindful and peaceful end. So it is important that clinicians find the middle way to support patients and families through compassionate decisions. Okay. We include Christian perspectives on how the sanctity of life, the redemptive nature of suffering, role of pastoral care, and the incomparable value of every human person must be considered when managing a patient of Christian faith, and that even though burdensome care can bring distinctive meaning to Christian patients, but it's still something considered as extraordinary and not obligatory to partake. And when it comes to our patients, Mr. R, as a Hindu, the family opinion and their participation in decision-making was important as they fulfilled a duty for their closest family member, at least for one reason. Okay. As we closed the case, family conference was held. Mrs. R agreed as a family, Ellie to remain as the family representative, and they would discuss as a family. They understood if his heart stops, cardiac compression would not be in his best interest. They wanted more time to decide otherwise on the next step. Nobody could ever tell what Mr. R would have wanted or his views on life-sustaining treatment, but the family did spend more time together in the general wards. So a documented or a known preference, would it have helped to allow medical teams and his family to know if the treatment still aligned to his goals and values? Would it allow Ellie to come to terms? So to conclude, ACP program in Malaysia stands as a commitment to persons and gives permission to talk about what matters to the person most. It incorporates the ethical consideration, legal provisions, families' roles, and social cultural aspects, which is very diverse in Malaysia. So further study is needed to evaluate the rollout of the program and how it may impact in-the-moment decisions and conversations between managing teams and patients and families. And Bioethics hopes to continue to advocate for better care and decision-making by bridging the values of professionals, community, and patients as what we see in the Malaysian ACP. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tang. Our third speaker is Dr. Derek Au, a clinical professional consultant honorary, CUHK Faculty of Medicine. He will be presenting on Confucian values as cultural lens in contemporary healthcare practices. May I invite Dr. Au?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to talk about Confucian values, but not in a philosophical way. Confucian values have gone through some difficult times in the past century, some really low times, but has made a very strong revival in the past few decades. This revival has multiple aspects and was not solely state-driven. So in contrast to what some people may think, it's not just because the government wants to have political legitimacy or something. It's very much also an intellectual drive and also a change in society. In a 2023 report from the Fairbanks Center for China Studies at Harvard, they discussed the appeal of Confucianism to modern China, and there are many reasons for its revival. I won't go into the details here, but just to say that the whole issue is much more rich than just one aspect of political or social. In bioethics, Professor Fan Ruiping, based in the City University of Hong Kong, has for decades written extensively on why Confucianism and feminism should be taken seriously in healthcare of Chinese patients. And he is quite influential in mainland China and also perhaps also in East Asia. He's a sort of a champion and leader, arguing that we should have an Asian bioethics or even a specific Chinese bioethics. But I'm going to talk more in the context of healthcare practice, and that is how we can be culturally sensitive in the care of patients in Chinese societies, and whether Confucian values or the so-called Confucian lens is useful or helpful in the process of cultural sensitivity in healthcare practice. My thinking on this is influenced by late Professor Edwin Hui. He's a renowned ethicist and a scholar in Christianity and also Chinese culture based in North America. But he was seconded to the Hong Kong U after the millennium and has been a professor. Actually, I think he remains the only professor in medical ethics in Hong Kong while he was here with us for about 8 years. I worked with him in the Hospital Authority Clinical Ethics Committee. I was chairman for some time there, and he is a very active member and very helpful in many ways. And we also became personal friends. He has written a book or a manual for clinicians in bioethics, and one of the chapters, one of the book chapters was talking about culture. This was for Canadian physicians, so he was talking about how Canadian physicians should be or could be handling better Chinese patients in Canada. Because he himself was a physician in the background, so he was not talking philosophically, he was talking really in practice, very down to earth, the points to note and what may help. And he provided a list of the essential quality of culturally sensitive and ethical communication for clinicians. And this includes, among others, these points: assume diverse opinions, acknowledge potential differences in emotional expression, anticipate differences in conception of illness, where Taoist and Chinese medicine influences come to play, anticipate different views on informed consent and truth-telling. We heard quite a few discussions early today on truth-telling involving the family, and noting that sometimes the so-called immediate family in Chinese families may include multi-generations. It's not just a spouse or the children. But note that he is not talking about mechanically and automatically accommodating all the values and beliefs of the Chinese patients and caregivers. He's talking about anticipate. He keeps saying we should anticipate the issues and be appreciative that this would be coming. This complexity will come into decision making. So he's talking about how to be aware of the cultural angle of the decision making so as to make better communication and also to make better decision. And I thought he offered 3 very important insights which are rarely touched by other authors on this subject. He shared that when you talk about Chinese patients or Chinese societies and Chinese culture, really be aware of demographics. And of course, again, he's talking in the context of Canada. When faced with so-called Chinese patients as a group, there would be Chinese patients from Taiwan. In the early years, it's mostly Taiwan. There will be from Hong Kong, from mainland China in the past few decades. And they are very different subcultures. And they are not the same. Chineseness is not the same among these groups. So he's saying that beware of the demographics. Traditional Chinese culture is not all Confucian. This seems to be self-evident, but sometimes it tends to be, the message tends to be lost when we keep saying that Chinese societies are Confucian societies. So Buddhist Taoist and philosophical Taoist and also religious Taoist influence are often important in affecting values. And these beliefs, values, and attitudes are often blended and are often in transition. So it's transition to modern from Chinese to Western, and it's certainly different in different generations of Canadian Chinese. So let's look at the Confucian lens. Some authors, actually quite a number of authors writing on the subject of Confucianism would start with a list of Confucian virtues. And there are many, many lists of Confucian virtues. The most popular list, I argue, would be these 4. In Cantonese, it's 三綱五常四維八德. It's almost like a poetic line. So it's the 3 cardinal bonds, 5 constant virtues, 4 cardinal principles, and 8 cardinal virtues. I'm going to let you have a few seconds to test your photographic memory to see if you can memorize not all of them, but the similarities and differences of the list, because I'm going to make a few comments on this list. So this often in even academic papers, they often start with some lists and then talk about Chinese culture and then talk about what we should be aware of. But I have some problem with this approach, and I'll get into it in a minute. What actually are in the list? One of the list, the 4 cardinal principle is actually a pre-Confucian set of values. It's not Confucian. It's from Gun Zhong. I don't know the name in the translation in English. And of these 4, like shame is actually a prominent virtue. Shame is quite an important part of Chinese culture in real life, but it's rarely talked about as virtues in literature. And it does affect healthcare practice quite a lot, especially in mental illness. One of the teachers in CHK actually just published a book talking about her family called Gaso, Vivian Tam in the School of Journalism, published a book in talking about her family while in Canada, how the shame and Confucian family led to total enclosure of the issue within the family, not letting she as a sister of the mentally ill brother was not allowed
over decades to mention to anyone that she has a brother with mental illness. And that has lots and lots of consequences. So eventually she was desperate. She went back to Hong Kong, and there was a crisis in Canada, and she flew to Canada and used emergent transport to take her brother to Hong Kong for care so she can take care of him. So now they're both in Hong Kong, and I met her brother. Recently, her brother is a very artistic person with schizophrenia. It's not private information because it's in the book. So a very, very moving story and very intense in many ways. Okay? I think the point is that some of these are sometimes missed in the literature. And two of the lists, the 3 and the 5, are really the core foundations in Confucian values. They're from Han Dynasty. Really, I think Confucianism becoming the cornerstone of social and political order in China is from Han Dynasty, because it's institutionalized and it's recognized. It's actually signed off by the emperor as sort of things to teach and also to disseminate. But the last one, which people sometimes talk about, we talk about filial piety. And filial piety only appears on the list of the last one, which is the 8 cardinal virtues. But this is a really modern one. Is actually one drawn up by Shen Yat-san, a medical graduate in Hong Kong who became a revolutionary, overthrew the Qing dynasty and became the father of the new modern China in 1911. So this is so-called traditional emphasis on the emphasis on filial piety only appears on his list and nothing else. So it's quite interesting that when students sometimes talk about Confucianism, we talk about it as a sort of homogeneous sort of values. It's not quite that. And I think it's probably unhelpful if we treat Confucianism as a sort of hard deontological overriding principles. I always have problem when I read from authors to say, according to Confucianism, is this, and that, and therefore we should handle a case like this. And I'm always wary of this kind of logic. But some people use a milder approach, and they use aphorisms. And Confucian quotes to say that this is Chinese culture because Confucian said so, and everybody knows this is a saying that everyone knows, and use it as justification. I have trouble with that too. And I just give you one example in organ donation. Relatively low organ donation rate in Chinese society is common, quite low in Hong Kong. There's an active drive from the government, but still quite low. 4.7 per million people is really just 1/10 of the donation rates in Spain, so not doing really well. And often quoted cultural explanation is Confucian emphasis on preserving the body, quoting the book of filial piety, 身體髮膚受之父母不禁為傷. Every Chinese audience in the audience knows this by heart, and then say that therefore people would not like to donate their body because it's 身體髮膚受之父母不禁為傷. But of course, we know that preservation of the whole body is indeed a cultural preference. But is it the reluctance due to filial piety? I'm really hesitating to donate organ because I'm filial pious person. I don't want my father to be unhappy. I don't think that's anywhere near true. So I think the question is really whether any of these things are really relevant to the actual case and context. The other issue which I often have difficulty with, and I think Roger mentioned it in the morning, is that sometimes Confucianism is portrayed as an antithesis of individual autonomy. That's not just oversimplistic, it's also unhelpful. But in this kind of portrait, the family is often considered to be the starting point for the practice of benevolence. In some settings, the family is even considered to be collectively more important than individual patient's preference. And feminism is said to be highly regarded Confucian values that puts family at the center of importance, and because Confucianism is to be respected, therefore feminism is to be respected. This is in very simplified way. I think this is the argument. The Confucian feminism has some implications on informed consent. Informed feminism in medical consent is, of course, not unique to Chinese societies. I graduated from medical school in the States, and I did medical internship in Rhode Island, in Providence. And of course, we also involve families. There are Italian families, Jewish families, very, very familiar, very close ties within the family. So it's not unique to Chinese. But feminism, in the Confucian version, is a stronger view. It takes the strongest position that we should have family consent, or at least family-based consent. And it argues that the power to decide on health matters should rest with the family, not just the patient. The assumption is the family knows better than the patient on how to protect his or her best interest when he is ill and vulnerable. I just want to sort of end my thought on this with some observations on mainland China. Mainland China before 2002, the legal rule was that both the patient and his relatives, even some non-family relevant persons, would be involved in the informed consent process. But in practice, often the patient was left out. Often they just talk to the family and get signed, and then go on with the surgery. With the new regulation, the new law, legal regulation in 2002, the legal norm is now to establish the duty established as a duty of medical staff to inform patients of their diagnosis, propose treatments, measures, and medical risks. This seems very basic, but it took 2003 for this to become the law, to say this is a must. This is a required part in the process, okay? You can engage the family, but this is the required process. But this didn't go really well because hospitals had lots of difficulty implementing it. And it was also a time when healthcare in China had a lot of so-called 医疗, that is, violent response of families, unhappy families, even attacking doctors and nurses physically. So the law is there, but implementation is difficult. And some hospitals found their own way to find their own ways to circumvent the issue. I was told one Shanghai hospital, the way they do it is when patient comes in the hospital, they first ask the patient to sign a consent to whether you want to have your family to speak on your behalf while you're ill. So once the patient signs that, then they can go on to just talk to the family as usual, right? But this is not ideal. So there's lots of discussions at the time on whether the law is too harsh or whether we should be more accommodating to the family. Professor Fang himself actually wrote some really quite important articles to argue that the law is not helping and that we should put more emphasis on respecting the family's culture. But the process did not slow down. Further legislation in 2010 actually now specifies that it's the adult patient who is mentally competent, of course, is the only one that must provide legal informed consent. So we imagine China to be Confucian and so on and so on, but China is moving on. So when I was listening to the Japan story, my question at heart was really, is the Japanese society and culture also moving on in some way? And I suspect it is, because I recently read a book by a Japanese pediatric cardiothoracic surgeon who worked in the Middle East, and then Lao Tianwo Gong went to Middle East and came back to Japan to become an advocate of truth-telling in end of life. and she wrote books, and she was a champion, and she was said to be quite influential in the field in that area. So last slide, the second last slide. In Hong Kong, my observation from clinical practice for some decades and then in hospital management, my observations on respecting autonomy and facilitating family involvement is that Hong Kong, of course, you know, we have a system of common law inherited from the British, and all the law is individual rights based. It's not family based. But in health practice, we evolve, clinicians evolve professional ways to pragmatically handle, include the family in the process, and to good effect in most cases. But they also adapt it to different situations. If you talk about informed consent, the patient consent is a must, and the center, families involved perhaps also as a supplement. In the Advanced Medical Directive in Hong Kong, we just legislated for Advanced Medical Directive in November last year. So we have an ordinance now on Advanced Medical Directive, which is of course individual based. And the ordinance does not say anything about the right of the family to be part of it. Okay, but then the Hong Kong Academy of Medicine issued a best practice guideline to suggest that advanced care planning is important. And in advanced care planning process, you involve the family. Okay, so we're using a professional approach to supplement the legal provision, which is individual based. But something which I have a little problem with is hospital discharge planning. I was a geriatrician in geriatric practice for many years, and we did a lot of hospital discharge planning. And my observation is that very often doctors would start the conversation with family first. So a patient had a hip fracture, still mentally competent, but the family may first talk to the wife or the children before talking to the patient about. And eventually the decision is not very often not reflecting the patient's wish. Of course, there are practical issues to consider, but sometimes I think there's the patient's wish and perspective could have been more involved in the process. So we are not, of the three, I think in Hong Kong, we are not yet finding the right balance in hospital discharge planning. We are too much for family decision making and too little patient involvement. But that's my observations. So I'm finishing up. I think in conclusion, my view is that Confucian values is a useful set of values to understand Chinese cultures and Chinese patients. But if you use it as a direct lens for cultural sensitivity issues, I have some problem with it. And I think it's more complicated than just saying respecting Confucian values. But at the end of the day, I think the question remains whether Confucianism is to be treated as a particular set of local traditional values to be respected because we respect diversity and pluralism. That is one way of saying it. Or is it going to be part of a global contemporary transcultural discourse in bioethics, which is a more dynamic, organic way of seeing the issues? And I think it's also more realistic. In Hong Kong now, 1/3 of the medical students in any cohort are from international schools. Their students are expatriates, and they will be future doctors in Hong Kong. And people in Hong Kong move to other places and they move back. And mainland China, immigrants to Hong Kong comes in now to 1 million and 1.5 million. So it must be a dynamic process, not just because East meeting West is nice, but because in actual real world, they are mixing. So the perspective, the values are mixing. So if you want to be serious about cultural sensitivity, you need to be sensitive to the real patients, not the theoretical patients. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Au. So we'll now proceed to the panel discussion. That means it's time for us to have interactive discussion as well as thought-provoking questions from the floor. So to kickstart, we'll have the speakers to come up to the stage again. So may I now invite Mr. Lee, Dr. Tang, and Dr. Au, please. So I would also like to welcome the moderator of this session, Professor Roger Chung, please.
Thank you very much for the very thought-provoking panel discussion. In the interest of time, I would actually like to invite questions from the floor first, so that you guys have a chance to raise your question. Pastor Low over there. Okay, so Pastor Low is actually former president or still president of the Christian Chaplaincy in Hong Kong Association.
It's not necessary. I would thank you, our first speaker, Mr. Lee, for your sharing very meaningful and touching ministry experience from, as a Buddhist chaplain. I'm coming from a background as a Christian spiritual workers as an educator. We all agree that we try to appreciate our sacred teachings, no matter from Buddhas, Jesus, Taoism, or even Confucianism, to help respond to the spiritual needs of those who are involved in bioethical dynamics. So my question is, what do you think the biggest gap right now about integrating spiritual care in bioethical discussion, especially in our daily practice of medicine?
Sorry. Thank you for your question. I think in Hong Kong, the biggest challenge right now is the lack of collaborations between chaplains from different religion groups. Because of Hong Kong's colonial past, I think the Christian and the Christian chaplaincy unit and the Catholic pastoral service are a lot more well established compared to the Buddhist chaplaincy unit. So we have a lot to learn from both of the other two services. But I think if we could collaborate more, patients will benefit more because they will get more care. And in my experience, because we Buddhists we have no restrictions to care patients from other religious groups, whereas I think Christian chaplains might have difficulties caring for Buddhists or Confucius or Taoists who are currently suffering in the hospital setting. So I would hope that a kind person like you would be able to not only look after Christian patients, but also patients who are atheist, agnostic, Buddhist, Taoist, Muslim, Jewish, because as I mentioned in my talk, we are all one human family. So to me, there's no differences. Care is care. So yes. So to me, to care is my service, regardless of who or where the patient comes from.
Thank you very much for your encouragement. Just share a good news for you, because I think the impression or the pictures that may is about 30 years ago for those chaplains who only visit with the populations in the same religious traditions. And now, as I know, for example, the Christian group of chaplains who offered about 400,000 visitations to patients and families, whatever religious background that in the hospital we meet. So I appreciate the pictures changing. and the concept is changing. But I agree with you, the collaboration, particularly the NGO types of spiritual care providers, how to integrate their contributions with the practice of medicine in the hospital structures. I think we have a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Hello, I just want to thank Roger this excellent conference, and also for the three speakers. Mr. Lee, I want to thank you for bringing back the concept of compassion to bioethics, particularly in an age of AI. I think we need that, and I hope AI somehow in future will be able to develop compassion, and that I think would be something for bioethics to move forward. And I also want to thank Dr. Tang for your difficulty within a truly multicultural context to develop some kind of shared guidelines to promote end-of-life care. And I think the difficulty is immense, and I want to congratulate you. That's the second thing. And the third thing, I want to come to Dr. Derek Au. Again, I want to thank you very much for your talk, because you're saying exactly the same important thing that I would like to say. If you want to start with Confucianism, start in the right way. I think a lot of the problems which you mentioned, which I fully agree, is a result of reading Confucian values, Confucian philosophy, just off the top of the sleeve and in a very superficial manner, and using them to justify whatever cause or whatever decision they want to make, without really understanding the core values of these virtues or whatever within a Confucian philosophy. And the reason I want to bring that in is because I think this center has the right potential to get us all to start relearning Confucian values. If we are serious about bringing in Confucianism to converse and dialogue with utilitarianism, with Kantianism, or with human rights theories in the modern world. Otherwise, we just forget about Confucianism altogether, because it's very bad what I heard. And I think you are absolutely right, they are non-starters. But the redeeming point here is our Japanese lady this morning, earlier this morning, her reference to Shimi and her reference to virtue ethics in Confucianism. Now that reminds us that virtue ethics is not just the monopoly of the Western world.
Right.
And it's not just Aristotelian. That could be a Confucian virtue ethics. But if you take those virtues out of context and read them as just some superficial value, you end up with what Derek said and what we've been suffering, this generation of Chinese scholars who really want to spend our life reimagining, reinventing, reinterpreting, and re-understanding Confucianism for its rights and for its wrongs. I think, as you said, Derek, it's very important for the next generation of medical students. They all be well-read and trained in Western theories, like Kantian philosophy, like human rights theories, like utilitarian moral theories. But why not Confucian or Buddhist moral theories? And not just values, and tell them these are the values. That's a non-starter. But I think your talk is so important and to be borne in mind if you are serious about Confucian ethics. And your point about balance and the doctrine of the mean has much more serious and deep interpretation than we just say, oh, just the mean, okay? And I want to thank you for the time and for this very excellent presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Tao. Thank you for the encouragement and the very profound comments. Derek, do you like to respond to that?
No, that's very much appreciated. I think in response to what we could be doing in future, actually Roger and I and have in the past year talked a lot about how we can sort of open up the issue of Chinese tradition, Chinese culture in the center, sort of culture and bioethics and Chinese culture and bioethics, because we think Hong Kong is really the right place to have enough substantial understanding of both modern and the classical teachings. And bear in mind, of course, in Chinese view, the Neo-Confucian philosophers were actually founders of one of the colleges in Science University, so we had that tradition as well. So we are really going to, we are really sort of on the verge of starting that, and you may consider my talk to be one of the first, how do you call it, menu taster. You know, there's a sort of taste menu of what we're going to be doing in the coming few years.
On the side of actually some of the content of today's talks will be translated into textual format for a special issue that we are actually co-editing with Nancy Jacker for the Journal of Ethics in Medicine, and each of us are actually really contributing to the special issue, and we'll be again on the themes of how do we engage different cultures and traditions in the context of the shifting world order, global bioethics. So I think that is something that we should all look forward to. And we still have 4 minutes, right? So HS, I think your talk is very interesting. And you have talked about there is this gap between people wanting to die at home or places outside of hospitals, and that's their expectation and preferences, but the reality is quite different, and we also share that over here in Hong Kong. Actually, our number is a lot higher. The people dying at the hospital, it's over 90% in Hong Kong, but then according to a survey that we did, over 30% of people actually do want to die at home. So there's a huge gap between reality and preferences, and a lot of it has to do with what Derek has just talked about, that idea of how do we kind of interpret the Confucian text of bodily integrity. So actually when we did our survey in Hong Kong, we found out that a lot of people are really concerned about dying at home, not only because of legal barrier, but also this social cultural barrier of bodily integrity. So they have this misconceived notion that if the person died at home, then they will actually be sent over to the coroner. Of course they will be, and then forensic pathologists will cut them open. So that would actually disrupt the bodily integrity. So they would rather move the body, kind of the scenario is kind of like, a lot of my interviewees would say, grandma's dying. Okay, let's send her over to the hospital. Let's call 999 over here, not 911, 999. Get the ambulance to bring her over to the emergency department, and then she can die over there. And also, the morgue at the hospital is actually free of charge. So we have all these kinds of practical and cultural barriers to really match their preferences. Is that what you're also seeing over in Malaysia too? Like this cultural barrier? Is it different contextually speaking? Yeah.
Yes, I think the one thing which is going to be similar to many countries is going to be that tension between a person and his family as well. And the one thing that professional felt there is quite a bit of challenges in imagining where the death can be, that everyone could accept, that everyone would have the capabilities to actually know what to do. You know, so even it comes from the emergency physicians would be saying that, you know, the only place that the patient will end up when they are in a crisis will be at the ED, at the emergency department, and the only ethos that they have is to save lives. And the next thing would be, where should we put, you know, a patient dying that wish to be left just with pain relief and, you know, whatever that fulfills his last wishes. There is no such place in the hospital. And the next question would be, where would that be? Because at home, it is equally a mess as well in Malaysia. So the one thing that if we were to be having a doctor in the family, somehow we know what to do.
Yeah.
So that also is not easy, because you have to get the drip in, you have to get the oxygen in, and you have to know how to manage pain and difficulty in breathing, and the last gasping, and you know, it's just a challenging thing to do. And we don't have enough of community palliative physicians or nurses to actually go around. So what happened with ACP is just like something there that may actually move something in the whole system in terms of the community. It might be another thing about like putting in more money for palliative care programs, but you know, somehow I think it is more of strategic kind of way to actually get people to talk about where they want to die. I think that is one thing that we keep on trying to make sure that bioethics play a role in being there, than saying, you know, have you thought about this for yourself? You know, have you actually imagined what it would be like at the last moment of your lives? And we try to make sure that people have that moral imagination to get conversations starting.
I like how you use the word moral imagination. So, you know, because, you know, I have a colleague who's also a doctor, actually a very high official at the hospital authority before he retired. And his dad, a Buddhist, actually really wanted to die at home. But at the end, he couldn't do it. You know why? Because his family, his siblings who live elsewhere, not in Hong Kong, you know, flying in from Canada and UK and US, all of a sudden they said, what we cannot afford to, you know, care at the hospital for our dad. What's going on right now, you know? So there are a lot of these tensions with the family that is really, really real. And I think part of the conversation today is to really try to figure out, okay, so how do we move forward? And how do bioethics education are gonna help us in really imagining a future that is more ethical and ethically informed, and that is going to be the next topic that we're gonna be engaged in bioethics education. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. We'll now directly move on to the next speaker. That is Dr. Ann Lau, our co-director of CUHK Center for Bioethics. She will be presenting on reimagining bioethics education in Hong Kong, challenges and opportunities. Dr. Lau, may I invite to speak?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, I enjoyed the whole symposium a lot because I learned a lot from every speaker and also all the audience, the questions from the audience. And I must confess and declare that my approach in my presentation will be a little bit different from what we have heard this morning, because I personally basically focusing on bioethics education. I myself is a biomedical scientist by training, but with the chance to take up like different positions and roles in the Faculty of Medicine and also the School of Biomedical Sciences, I got the privilege to really get in touch in different education programs and included IBCHB program. And also, it is also my privilege to get in touch and walk into the bioethics area, I think 10 years ago, when I got a chance to really take up some teaching in bioethics and also learn in this area. So, well, when talking about like bioethics education, what we have heard this morning is many areas that we think we can perfect, and also it is a matter of say what we experience in the actual clinical practice. Now, unavoidably, we may need to ask the questions, okay? So how do we train our medical doctors and during their medical education? In what way that we deliver the ethics concept and also the bioethics education, both from the preclinical years and also into clinical years, right? And after all, when I ask this question to my own, because I'm not trained in bioethics at the beginning, I was trained as a basic scientist. So the question is that when I was originally studying science, that basically ethics may not be the core things that I need to really study at the beginning, right? And after all, when I get in touch with the bioethics education, I found that there are many things that is quite relevant and articulate to my personal value that would basically could be quite something that imprinted in myself that since was very young, right? And when you grow up, that the values has already established that maybe it can change, but maybe it cannot change, right? It's somehow quite shaping you to become like what you are when you're working. So when going back to the bioethics education, I think the Western countries like North America and also Europe, they start the education in early time. I think most of you already know that because it stemmed from the World War II, and also so they started in like 1970s. And for Asia Pacific, that like even though I know the earliest medical school in Asia is started in 80 something, right? But however, the bioethics education only started quite a later time at around 1990s. So when I move along the journey of bioethics education, I can't, I unavoidably ask myself a question is that I only need to focus on training the doctor and also introducing the bioethics in the medical curriculum. Okay. Now, however, when we look into every student, that basically they're also individuals and public, and they will be in touch on different health issues as well, life and death issues as well, not just because of their identity as a medical student or a doctor. They are also an individual, and also they have their families, they have their elderly in the home as well. So therefore, my observation is that somehow when I look in the general public, and also when there are so many different kinds of public policy being devised and also seeking for consultation, that the engagement of the public is really lacking indeed, right? So then what's happened is that we only need to focusing on medical education, or can we actually do a step more beyond that? And it's a matter of also the public education as well. Now, when looking into the bioethics education in the medical curriculum, it's quite clear that we hope to train altruistic, humane, compassion doctors, and also who can uphold professionalism. We would like to have, through education, to foster the ethical reasoning and decision-making in the context of medicine. So we hope that afterwards, the students will be able to understand professional values, and also they are equipped with the skills and also techniques to do the ethical analysis. And also, most importantly, many speakers have already raised this point, is that to cultivate ethical sensitivity. Now, in Hong Kong, up to this point, we are still having 2 key medical schools. There are many Hong Kong U students here, and indeed, I'm also a Hong Kong alumni. But well, each year we have a meter for each medical school. We have around 300 students. Okay, so basically the structure is that I think since 2012 that we start to adopt a 6-year medical curriculum. So basically 3 years of preclinical and also 3-year clinical curriculum. Now, we start to, I think the bioethics curriculum kind of like around 10 years ago. Okay, and also because eventually the medical students will be registered, okay, with the license, and the Hong Kong Medical Council indeed has devised and also constructs this Hong Kong doctor as a guideline, okay, and indeed like a teacher, okay, for the medical school to think about, okay, how to evaluate our graduates. And indeed, in particular, like in the previous version, the 2017 versions, that it basically had listed out, okay, include a set of essential attributes and skills in addressing the medical dilemmas and also moral difficulties. And indeed, the Hong Kong doctor is undergoing a revision, and the new version will be coming probably in this year. That is explicitly also emphasize the elements of humanity and to measure the core competency, okay, including the bioethics as core competency expected of medical graduate, understanding the ethical and legal perspective of medical practice. Now, so then, CUHK, a relative younger medical school, 44 years, Hong Kong, 138 years already. So when we compare the curriculum structure, basically, even though the wordings or the way that we package the curriculum will be a little bit like, in terms of wording, like differences, but indeed, in terms of the content, they are quite similar. Okay, so students who are in Hong Kong U, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. So this is actually from your faculty's website. So in Hong Kong U, the ethics curriculum is mainly in charge by the School of Clinical Medicine and also the Medical Ethics and Humanities unit. But indeed, they divide the curriculum into two parts. One is the Medical Ethics and Law, and the other one is Medical Humanities. And obviously, that they have an emphasis on the legal perspective, okay, medical legal perspective. Okay, and but then the curriculum, the different topics span across different years of the medical training, from year 1 to year 6. And for the CHK, we also arrange the curriculum in the preclinical and also the clinical part. So we have the 3 bioethics courses, okay. We have the 3 bioethics courses, okay, to cover the basic principles and also moral theories, and also equip them with the skills to do the ethical analysis. And eventually, the law and medicine module will be in the first clinical year, and then followed by the clinical rotation. So basically, we have the ethics component integrated to the clinical rotation as one of the very core elements. Now, the CHK bioethics curriculum has a history because we start with a partnership with the Columbia University, which we honor that a lot because the experts from the Columbia University, basically, they fly to Hong Kong and also work with us to construct the bioethics curriculum. And year by year, so basically, preliminary that they spend 6 years with us, okay, to construct the bioethics curriculum year by year. And also they spend 1 and 2 years to help us to fine tune. But just unfortunately, that 1 or 2 years that it overlapped with the COVID, so basically interrupt some of the physical travel. But and also we also got a chance to work with those scholars that it also helped us to build our capacity in teaching about ethics. Now, however, when we try to work out the curriculum, of course, I think both the curriculum of the CHK and also the Hong Kong U are very, very comprehensive. And indeed, when we run through our own set of curriculum, even though it is up to now 10 years, that we still keep on revising and reviewing the curriculum. For one of the reasons is exactly what Julia just mentioned earlier, is that, well, we adopt or we try to figure out this curriculum, we construct this curriculum based on a university in the States, okay? And then all the cases and also the references that we use are based on the US law, and also they are actually Western cases as well. It may lack an element of local context, okay, and also maybe Confucianism, right? So when we talk about moral theories, that how much we touch on Confucianism, maybe a little, but not really extensive, right? So basically, there are still things that we find it quite challenging, is that the students' perception of bioethics, not just about the topics, but also when we teach them, because the curriculum is arranged in a very intensive format. This is unavoidable because the medical curriculum is by nature very packed. And so the students see that you have the privilege to have a gap year and take a master program is really, really unfortunate. But then naturally it's really packed, right? So basically we can only squeeze sometimes, I would say, to make it a very systematic curriculum spent through the 6th year. But very often, we always having a message to students that, oh, you have to discuss, there's no right and wrong. And the students, since they go through the local training and also undergoing a system that is highly competitive, they always demand for right and wrong, okay? No gray area. And also, they may want to, they usually have a mindset, what is the perfect answer I can get? right? So then when this is not benefiting for discussion, because when we try to think, okay, you're not thinking from your perspective. You're trying to think from, say, how can I get a high score? From a teacher's perspective, yeah. That's true. So I think the roles of teachers are very important because you are guiding your student the way to think, right? And this is very, very important and tricky as well. So no right or wrong, and also it's unlike science subjects like preclinical or clinical sciences. There's no scientific right and basically quite philosophical to a certain extent. And these students, when they were admitted to the medical school, they don't have really much philosophy background. Usually they have science background. So it's quite challenging for them to appreciate the value of bioethics in such an intensive manner. And also they're uncertain about the application. And very often they demand for, so have early clinical exposure so that I can know, okay, how you can apply. But usually this is not the case. We know that it's so busy in the hospital and they may not be involved in the decision-making process. So basically, what they can know from the clinical experience to understand bioethics in such an early year is quite limited. Now, another thing is that because these students are really, really young, because I mainly talk from the perspective of preclinical science, because I know that in the clinical rotations that they have more robust, and also with the bedside training, that the training is all more robust and also more integrative. But from a preclinical perspective, that the students are so young, okay, and it takes time for them to really learn and also accumulate experience to reflect on these processes. And when you talk about end of life, okay, dignity dining, the students even comment, okay, my grandma is still very young, and they have empathy, but they cannot really feel that because they're really, really too young. And also, as I mentioned earlier, it's requirement of the local context, but at the same time, we need them to appreciate the transcultural experience, and also it's very intensive by nature. So these are basically challenges that I think in terms of the curriculum design and also arrangement. So this is a very brief, I think this is an extract from a paper of our former colleague, which was published, I think, in 2018 or 20. So basically, it lists out the areas that we cover in our bioethics curriculum, philosophical foundation, doctor-patient relationship, and healthcare delivery. For this part, obviously, that it is more useful when it is covered in a clinical setting. Emerging biotechnologies, but however, the student may also criticize. So I don't have interest to conduct research, okay? I may be interested only in clinical research. So emerging technology may not be so relevant to me, okay? Or maybe they just comment it in a very superficial way, like CRISPR. Okay, they may definitely comment that, there are so many uncertainties about CRISPR and definitely not recommend something like that. Instead of really criticize, is it due to the experimental design or any other things that may make it more complex instead of just the technology on its own? So I would like to share this slide is to make a reference or comparison with the previous very abstract one. Is that these are the topics that we put up. Indeed, it really spanned 10 years to arrange them in this way. We have phased out, phased in different topics, because at the very beginning, when we adopt the curriculum, the hidden message is that because the curriculum is very packed, and then we can only teach things in a very topical way. And we find that it's not benefiting the students to really conduct a detailed analysis. And the students even comment that, they don't feel they are confident or equipped with adequate skills to make critical analysis because they lack experience, okay? So therefore, it's really evolved with time that we start with the principles and also spending more time allowing them to really criticize and also discuss within their peers and theories, and then we escalate to more topicals like a beginning of life issue, emerging technologies, and then with medical youth rates, since they are more close to the clinical years, that with high clinical relevance like end of life care. Now, as I've emphasized that the age of the student is quite crucial, okay? But I think the Hong Kong education system is no big different when compared with the other countries. Still, like we spend so many years in primary and then high school, so totally like maybe 6 + 3 + 6, okay? And then it's quite similar in structure. Now, can we comment that when the students after they would get admitted to a university, is this still too early for them to study ethics, or is this too late for them to study ethics, right? Because we're talking about value reflection, right? And these values could be imprinted or start to establish since one at the very beginning, at early age, right? So when they admitted to the university already, you are already 17 or 18 years old. So you're an adult already. So some of the values could be quite established, and it may not be easy to change. So, and also, because in the medical school that we have to use English as the medium of instruction. And even though all the medical students who get admitted to a medical school, they're excellent in English, but it doesn't mean that they feel comfortable to discuss ethics in English. Because as I said, there are many new terms that they have to learn, and they are actually quite relevant to their daily life. And they feel more confident and comfortable to maybe comment in Cantonese. So, very often we may hear the comments from the students, can I discuss, okay, in Cantonese, okay, and also they are just different kind of languages when compared with my science subjects. And most importantly, okay, the students always feeling hesitant to participate is that they don't want to be put under the spotlight because I don't want to comment anything wrong and then being criticized by the others. Okay, so this is not benefiting the bioethics education or the establishment of their ethical knowledge indeed. Get a perfect answer. And also, usually, even though we construct different kinds of activities, a very often comment that we receive from a student is that, yes, I know that eventually I need to make decisions, but I don't want to make decisions if I have the choice. I don't want to make mistakes. I don't want to make decisions. So my question is that how can we better prepare these students when they transit from the preclinical to the clinical, when they need to really go to a bedside service? How can we better prepare them so that they can feel confident, and also they are having a rigor that basically can feel confident to criticize and also making decisions. So another thing is about the way that we deliver. Now, obviously, at the very beginning, we have a mix of lectures and also tutorials as the teaching activities, and are still very robust. But however, with the emerging technology, and also because of the COVID as well, right? And many of the students become online learner, and start to ask a question: what is the difference between a viewer and a learner? A viewer is that you can view YouTube, you can view the recorded lecture, right? But how active that you are really learning? Are you just absorbing things like a sponge, or you try to criticize and also think in more detail when you just view the lectures? So we are also determined to switch most of our lectures to online, but to replace this in-class time to become like case-based learning, team-based learning, in-class activities. So there are many exciting things that basically we have introduced and also move on throughout these 10 years. For instance, like instead of just focusing on the introducing bioethics in the medical curriculum, we also embrace the importance of interprofessional collaboration. So in the basically, this is an initiative that we start from in the coming year, is that we integrate the students from different programs: nursing, pharmacy, Chinese medicine, public health, biomedical sciences, and medicine, together to have a really big group. I mean, they will be split into smaller group, but with a mix of different students, so that they can really experience or try to have a taste of teamwork from different disciplines, and also to study ethics together. And as well, we also introduce diversified and learning activities. You may realize that there are a few, photos on the top of that. This is basically a museum, which is called a Mind Space, located in the Castle Beat Hospital, Hong Kong Museum of Medical Science, and also the Tonghua Coffin Home. Okay, so we will ask the student, okay, and give them some guideline to visit this museum and try to have some reflection, some activities, do it together, which we hope to groom not just about the compassion, humanity, but also they try to learn these together in the group. And as well, apart from the formal teaching, we also try to introduce like non-formal teaching formats, like engaging students to maybe produce a newsletter about bioethics, and also engaging students in some of our community outreach with the trainer-trainer model. And as I said, like the students are too young, okay, to experience elderly or experience aging. That I think something like this dignity dining workshop is quite useful, okay, and also not just teach them theoretically how it feels when one cannot swallow properly, but they can really experience that how to become a caretaker, okay, and also in what way that they can do it better for the patient. So apart from that, now with the AI, okay, obviously we have to ask the question: is reflective essay still a very good assessment format in bioethics? Because this is something that we try to train students to make argument, right? Now, indeed, I think it applies to all courses that unavoidably you will, if your university has an AI detection engine, that you may pick some students who may have an AI index 100% or over 80%, okay? Now, how can we do? Are we just send them to discipline action? Well, I have a different philosophy. So in a recent conversation with some students that I picked them out with 100% AI, I try to ask them, okay, can you tell me like whether you have used AI? Obviously, usually they say no, okay? And then they may eventually declare that, oh, I have used ChatGPT or the Grammarly to perfect my writing, okay? And then I said, you just put your original writing into a public domain, okay, and now become recognized as the AI generator. So is it worth that? I mean, this is originality. I mean, that also helps to let a student know that basically they may overlook, okay? They may embrace the technological advancement, but however, they may overlook the impact, okay, that it brings. And similarly, if it applies to the clinical setting, so is this something that you just want to rely on? You have to criticize, okay, the strengths and weaknesses of these technologies as well. Now, having experienced all these, okay, as a teacher in the medical school, I also try to ask myself is that, well, the values of the student has already been established, and of course, we still believe bioethics is a core things that we have to introduce in the medical curriculum to train them to become a responsible and ethical doctor, right? But however, many of the people are still general public. And then bioethics education may not be so accessible. And if we want to promote public engagement, also conversation, what we can do more. And this is why I try to think about how can we promote a dialogue in bioethics at the early stage of education. And by coincidence, I read an article from Dr. Hao earlier that it basically, he shares something that indeed I also think about is that I feel as the teacher or in a university, we can serve as a bridge, okay, between education, right, at the university and also the community. So what I have quote here is that Taiwan, okay, Dr. Hao wrote that in Taiwan, bioethics is covered in life education in the high school curriculum. So that means that bioethics is not just only start in a university level, but also starting from the high school curriculum, and in some countries, even in the secondary school curriculum as well. And we don't have to like be afraid of saying, well, is it a boring or purely academic subject? Basically not, but it needs to be openly discussed. And bridging the past and future, as a quote, okay, that bioethics is the bridge that crucial for navigating a future where technological progress could have profound and potentially detrimental impacts on both human well-being and the environment. That also further proves that a dialogue and also discussion is so important. But however, we don't have to, like, when introducing public education, we don't have to prove that how useful bioethics is. What we have to do is just to promote a dialogue and discussion. So we start from, after the COVID has, lifted, that we start to introduce some outreach activities. This is an example that I would like to quote, is that because this is actually my alma mater, a secondary school, and this is a school with the Buddhist background, Buddhism. Okay, and when I discussed with the teacher what kind of activities I can run and what kind of topics that the student may be interested in, and also the teachers may be accepted, okay, because this is a school with the religious background. Is there any topics that are very sensitive? And most importantly, this is a school you can see there's no boys, okay, only girls. This is a girls' school. So we start. This is the first secondary school outreach that we have did, and we start with the topic about the beginning of life and also abortion. And surprisingly, the teachers are super receptive about this topic and very supportive. And the feedback from the students are quite good. And for this workshop, we have accommodated around 60-something students, okay, and in group works. Now, after this first pilot, we have extended, okay, our workshop to 200 students, okay, also senior from our school, which is also very successful. We also quite committed to the public education, movie screening. And with all these pilots, we start to engage students indeed to also organize some of these questions. An example is the debate, okay, which the university and medical student arranged for the secondary school students. And now we have systematically make it a robust and also a very important part of our center is that we recruit students from the university as the bioethics bridge builders, the student delegates program. Okay, so we have just, this activity having the inauguration last month, which was quite successful. Originally, we believe we could maybe mainly recruit students from medical school, but surprisingly, we have students from psychology, yeah, Master of Nursing, Public Health, Chinese medicine as well. So you can see that basically our students are quite, there are a group of students that is quite interested in this area. And what we would like to give the student is that we are not trying to give them a platform to do social service. We try to give them a platform to co-create something that can identify a problem in society and also try to contribute in society. So my conclusion is that students basically can benefit from a bioethics curriculum in a local context and also with the transcultural experience. We try to make the bioethics curriculum more suitable for our local context by accommodating different activities at the early stage of the bioethics curriculum and can better engage the students, like having different kinds of activities and also introducing even some kind of, say, new teaching platforms and also technology in our teaching. And we also try to unleash the power of students by engaging them as partners and also co-creation of activities, which I think, I hope that this sharing may be useful and also we can have more exchange about your experience in education. Thank you very much.
We will now have the third speaker, which is Dr. Aditya Pramandani, lecturer at the Università Diponegoro, presenting Integrating Pancasila into Bioethics Education, Reflections on Indonesia Medical Training and Moral Challenges. May I have Dr. Pramandani, please?
So I know we're on critical time here because it's nearing lunchtime. So I'm just gonna echo and hopefully I can introduce you on how do we do bioethics in Indonesia. But before that, so Indonesia is very large. It's the fourth most populous country in the world, just behind India, China, and United States. We have 281 million lives, and we are the largest Muslim population in the world with 247 million or 88.21%. And we are a multi-faith country. We recognize 5 religions and 1 spiritual, which is Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Confucianism. And we also have 800 local dialects. So if you can see as the poster here, or I just point here then. So I'm from a region called Central Java. And Java, this island, is the most populous and where the central government is. So can you imagine that when I live in Central Java, I have to go to Jakarta through West Java, and it's probably only like 80 kilometers, and when they say their local dialect, I do not understand a word of it, but we're still Indonesians. So that's why the founding father, right? So that's why we have Bahasa Indonesia, or Indonesia language, as our national language to unite us. So let me take you to the timeline of Indonesia. Disclaimer, this is not a history class, but just to give you some context. So Indonesia, well, we started prehistorically. We have animism and dynamism, in which we believe that we see spirits in natural things, and we believe that also objects and places hold supernatural power. And then the early migrations and the Indian influences, they brought Hinduism and Buddhism to the country. And it's through agrarian and knowledge transfer. And then fast forward to the 7th and 14th century, we had Buddhist and Hindu kingdoms throughout the country. And this was the most powerful, the Srivijaya kingdom that expands up until Malaysia. We used to call it the Malayan Straits, I believe. And the Majapahit Empire, which take up not only Java, but the whole country, the whole side of the country. And then, yes, fast forward, with the European colonial era, we then progressed with education. We were in the middle of the battle between Portuguese, we had Spanish too, we had the Dutch, and we had British competing for our spices. But then the Dutch eventually governed through the Dutch East India Company. It's like their trading part of the government. And later, the Dutch East Indies. So with the education progressed with these, with the Dutch colonialism, we had a rise of national awakening, and it started actually from the medical school, which I will get into that. And it actually triggered that these diverse groups to unite for anti-colonial movement and shaping pluralistic national identity, emphasizing in education, language unity, and social solidarity. And fast forward to 1945, we declared independence after Japanese occupation, and the founding fathers adopted Pancasila. They were thinking, wait, hold on, there's a lot of communities. How do we get them not to fight? Because apparently even the local dialects are different. So that's why they adopted the 5 principles that allow space for religious and cultural diversity. So yeah, actually, what is interesting is that these progress started from medical school. So because there was an epidemic in Banyumas, one of the region in Central Java, one of the the Dutch military authority proposed to train natives because they said, we are lacking of doctors here and we cannot bring more people from the Netherlands. It's just too far. So what they did is that he proposed a medical school, and the first medical school, Dr. Jawa, was founded in 1847, and initially they used Malay language. But then, because the amount of training that the Dutch need to do to learn the language, they shifted again to Dutch. So initially Malay, and then doing Dutch language again, making it harder for natives to enroll because they then have to go through secondary school and then about to learn Dutch first before they can take the medical school exam. So yeah, a national awakening often emerges in mobile merit-based societies. The medical school that was initiated opened gates for people to exchange knowledge, to know what is happening outside of the country. So medical schools introduced modern science, institution, and political ideas. And training in medicine became a gateway to nationalist thinking. Doctors like Cipto and Wahidin linked healing with social reform. And these doctors in this era used organic metaphors like sick nation, body politic, to frame the political struggle that Indonesia is going. So their professional status gave them moral legitimacy across ethnic and religious lines. So, ambiguity and resistance, Indonesian doctors and colonial society. The situation back then was tricky because they received education, they received all of this knowledge from people who is currently colonizing the country. And in 1901, finally, after 300 so years, they introduced an ethical policy, shifted from exploitation to paternalistic uplift, promoting education infrastructure. So the colonizer in 1901 realized that we cannot just take their spices, we need to give them something. So that's why they're more champion in how to treat the Dutch East Indies, at that time it wasn't even Indonesia yet, to be approached more humanly. And But they didn't realize what they did actually created tension because they're more smarter, they're privileged, but then again, they're marginalized. So these ambiguity spark reflection on the colonial injustice and their civic role. So some doctors turned into nationalist politics, seeking to reform society beyond medicine. Like modern bioethicists, they navigated a space between technical expertise and moral responsibility. So these three, there's a lot of Indonesian doctors that could be role models, but these three specifically is the most well-documented one. We go from Dr. Wahidin Sudirohusodo, who, inspired by the Japanese victory over Russia, he fundraised native education, which led to Budi Utomo, the first nationalist movement. So he believed that doctors should serve not just health, but also justice and national dignity. And then we had Dr. Sutomo, who is the student of Dr. Wahidin Sudirohusodo. Together, they promoted education as a path to national consciousness. And he later studied in Amsterdam and came back to Indonesia, founded a political party. He saw education as the moral engine of national progress. And lastly, we had Dr. Cipto Mangunkusumo, a physician, civil servant, and anti-colonial critic, exposed injustice of the ethical policy in the Dutch press. And he co-founded a radical Indische Partij. He linked medical knowledge with civic leadership for an independent Indonesia. So yes, a couple of you asked, what is actually Pancasila, right? It's very foreign. So Pancasila is an ideology of the country, and it could serve as a moral compass for bioethic education. So to give you context how significant Pancasila is, it is in the cover of our passport. It is on the cover of our national identity card. And when you visit Indonesia, in some rooms, we actually have the logo in the rooms. And it's mandatory for government offices to have this bird. So Pancasila offers value to pluralistic, humanistic, socially just healthcare. The first principle, which is believe in God, means to have a religious to admit there's religious pluralism in the nation. And we have a second principle, just and civilized humanity means that we want to have more dignity and compassion. We want to incorporate more, the more of saying of society in decision making. And that is also coined by the third principle, the Union of Indonesia, voicing out cultural sensitivity, that even though we're different, we are still united by one, which is Indonesia. And democracy is the fourth principle that we can translate as we want to hear about the patient's voice, the community participation that has been echoed by Dr. Derek Au and Dr. Ann Lau. Like we want to have a medical doctors, workers in healthcare who listens, not only listen to the textbook and how to do it, but listen how the dynamic of the human relationship is when caring for the sick. And lastly, the fifth principle is social justice for all Indonesian people that we can translate as access to care, equity. How do we actually allocate resources when we are scarce of it? And if you see the bird, there's the one saying Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is derived of Sutasoma Kakawin. So it's a very, very ancient Javanese poetry book that said, that means although there is difference, there must be a union. So yes, like previous speaker said, Western bioethics alone is not enough, but they give us tools. They give us tools to be more eloquent on explaining, but without the local roots, they're incomplete. And in Indonesia, ethical practice, or if I may say, how do you live in the Indonesian society, we are guided by gotong royong, means communal care and shared responsibility. There's collective decision making, again, with families and elders and religious voices, and sometimes even our neighbors. And kinship and spiritual trust over clinical authority. And with this, that means that ethical competence is almost the same, we can also derive it from cultural competence, that we must teach context-aware ethics, not copy-paste, but co-created with local voices. So bioethics in Indonesia, at least I must say, must integrate with global standards with indigenous wisdom, just like the theme of the symposium today. And then the part of what is the moral challenges we're facing as Indonesian doctors. So doctors today face multiple ethical tension. We have science versus tradition, like countries that, there's evidence-based care, but we also clash with local beliefs and healing customs. We have efficiency and empathy, because I am a physician by training. I practice general medicine, and sometimes in our 6-hour shift, we have 80 patients. So how do you work in a time-pressured system that risks of giving a care that is depersonalizing? And there's central mandates and local trust. National programs often overlook community networks and cultural nuance. And there's also, lastly, is reform versus autonomy. Doctors face tension between institutions, for example, with the ministry of the FDA and between those government institutions and the collegium or academic freedom, especially in training and standards. So the deeper questions, are we preparing healers who can engage morally with pluralistic societies, or are we producing technicians optimized for biomedical sciences, but disconnected from cultural realities? So can doctors act ethically amid bureaucratic pressure and cultural complexity? And I think bioethics invites us to ask, what kind of moral compass do we expect from doctors? And how should bioethics education cultivate virtues like empathy, humility, and civic responsibility alongside clinical skills? So final reflection, a lofty hope, but a necessary one. When I created this slide, I actually thought hard, okay, what's the word that commonly comes up with bioethics? And I reflected last year when I graduated the MBE, the message of the leadership of the program said, bioethics could be seen as someone who is lofty or too idealistic, right? But it's necessary. It is necessary. Western ethical frameworks remain vital, but without local grounding, they feel incomplete. And because in Indonesia, ethical practice is intertwined with the society values, we often prioritize family and religious authority over individual autonomy. So the question would be, how do we balance all of that? And cultural competence is not separate from ethical competence. Doctors must understand how values are lived, not just learned. And we need to teach ethics that are context-aware, not as important blueprints, but as co-created reflection of our plural society. And the future of Indonesian bioethics lies in integration, collaboration, combining global standards with indigenous wisdom to guide care that is both just and humane. Thank you, and Anggoy Sai. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Pramodani. Well, we have to be efficient now, so we directly move on to the discussion part. So may I first invite Dr. Ann Lau to come up to the stage again, and then Dr. Pramodani, and then Dr. Rebecca BRENDEL to come up to the stage, and then we soon start the panel discussion.
Thank you both for two really important conversations, quite inspiring ones, about how do we, in the context of medical education in particular, bring forward both or cultivate not just knowledge, but also practice and wisdom and personal growth, right? And I think both of you are drawing on a thread that for me comes through about this. I was going to fill in for Wes first, then we ran out of time, so we decided it wasn't necessary. But if I was going to make a point, if I were going to make one, what it was going to be about is how thinking through the problems and being analytic, I think this very much came through both culturally and in terms of the work that we do. So much of what came through is wanting to get the right answer, wanting to perform in a certain way, right? Wanting to have the most reasoned decision, both as a cultural norm in Hong Kong and but also this notion, and as you were talking about, is how do we develop, right, within that very structured context, how do we develop the key to discernment, to experience, right? to going beyond coming up with the right answer, right? To cultivating the kinds of experiences and the wisdom, and I might even say the affective states that prepare us and create an ability to be open to the kind of work we need to do. And then, Ardita, I think I agreed with what you said. I can't vouch for the history, so I'll take your word on that. But what I can say is, I think I agreed until that very last point where you said the Western principles were really important. Because one other view of that is that we really constrain our ability, as Anne was talking about, going to museums. And there's been also in the West this real resurgence in the importance of humanities in the work of bioethics, right? So we're looking to capture something that somehow gets missed when we try to circumscribe and quantify and be thinking about the knowledge itself and the reason behind it. And so, what would I would just posit to all of us if we were going to step back away from our colonial histories, right? And we were going to think about the kinds of values that that were there, that imbued life, right, before this this colonial notion. This is true going back even in my very young country, right, to indigenous peoples, a commitment to a life that's part of a cycle, right? The importance of places, the importance of experiences, the importance of community, the environment, right? Cultivating what we might now call virtues, but we know to be something that's within us and about the way we engage with each other and about society. So, sometimes I take a little bit of heat for overemphasizing the affective experience of this, and as a psychiatrist, I do suppose it is an occupational hazard. But I think it's really important that as we come to the end of this panel, we go back to where we started, which was this, my own becoming quite overwhelmed with emotion and at the beginning, right, about what it means to be in these spaces together, and to create the kinds of communities that foster our humanity. And maybe when we do this next year, because Roger's already planning over there, so when we think about, going forward, thinking about really starting there, right? About how is it that ethics can actually be helpful to us, not as a priori about what it means to live a life well and to treat others with dignity and to care, but about how if we start with presence and with care and with our humanity and interconnectedness, what would that look like for what we think of bioethics of the future should be, not just for us, but for our students and for the values of the profession. So I'm going to stop. So that was my whole talk in just a couple of minutes. But maybe what I'd start with each of you is, if there were one thing that you would want to do, totally experimental or different, or a thought that you think of in the middle of the night, perhaps, what would you want to see in future doctors? Or what would you want to expose them to that could really capture the very rich ideas you're both talking about, right? So, and how do we do a better job of that? Because, Anne, as you said, this is a problem everywhere. Real estate is really, really expensive and hard to find in a medical school curriculum because we're advancing our science so much, right? And we do spend all this time talking about the technology and about the science and what we can do, but not so many questions about what we ought to do. So I'll leave that with the two of you.
Thank you, Becca. I think that's a really comprehensive and cohesive to put it all together. But to go back to your question on what do I really want to see on future doctors is, I think number one is curiosity. How do they ask questions? I mean, the one that you saw, the names, the complicated names, Wahidin, Sudiro, Husodo, Sutomo, those people are our hospitals' names. So our hospitals are mostly named by national heroes But when I talk to the students, who I was a student too, they don't really know why. Why is this hospital named by that person? What did this person do to have his name on the national hospital? And for them to spark their curiosity, where does it come from? I think that's something that I really want to see. And how do we incorporate that? Just like Dr. Anlau's work, take them to the museums, incorporate social medicine. What is the root of medical school in Indonesia? I think I would like to see that more. Thank you.
Well, for me, I think bioethics is a journey of exploration, reflection, and also communications as well. So if, say, I can experience, or I can experiment something that I really want to, first of all, indeed, I don't want to really construct a framework or something that I force the students to do. I want to work with them. Because after all, the student was fed up by different kinds of courses, curriculum, etc. If you just ask them to learn because of a course that they just reluctant and also have a bad image for that. But I feel like with the experience of really co-creation, engage students to work on something is really crucial, because they will appreciate the process, and also they can learn to communicate. And after all, what I would like to bring about communication is that if, say, we consider bioethics, eventually they go to the clinic, right? They will learn how to communicate with patients. But however, when they are younger, that you will find that actually they don't know how to communicate with the peers, even to resolve conflict as well. So I think bringing together to exchange and also brainstorming, even across different culture, right? Like what you're doing now, right? With scholars from different countries, like why not we can copy, okay, this platform to become one for the students as well. I think, yes, maybe this is something we can do.
That's really a wonderful place to get us started. Any questions?
Thank you. Hi, thank you for the talk. This was really interesting. So I'm a third-year medical student from the University of Hong Kong. And last year, I went to this Lancet Commission on Nazi medicine and professional identity formation. One of the debates was about the use of AI when it comes to submitting to questions in bioethics and like cultural competency. One of the professors said that they would accept answers written by ChatGPT as long as the student find themselves in the words of the answers. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on this liberal approach to the use of AI? Do you think it's like inevitable that this is the future of assessing professional identity formation or values?
What's your thoughts about AI?
Okay, so, well, I think it's impossible, or it's getting increasingly impossible for us to figure out whether or not students are using AI if they don't tell us that they are, right? Like, you can tell some certain stylized pieces of it. This is happening absolutely everywhere, right? So in the medical school ethics curriculum we're developing in Rwanda at the University of Global Health Equity, the students are, the faculty, the US-based faculty was there, and they said, wow, they were commenting to the dean, your students are the best writers we've ever seen. And the dean was like, well, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because it's just not one of the core competencies that the students learn, right? So we're getting it all, I think we're getting it all wrong to think that these eloquent answers have to be the answer to doing the moral work of being in the healing professions, right? So we assessed it because we could. We got into writing lots of papers, but really what we want to get down to is the core of how we bring the experience and the humanity together in some way that we can learn lessons from, right? So, this whole thing about, I picked on Ardita a little bit, but only because she knows how much I love her. But the whole idea of principles, right? When we teach our students, we start with the principles, and we start based on a purely phenomenologic argument, which is that we're going to start with the principles because people use them because they work well enough, right? And we figure out all the reasons why the principles are helpful, why principles in general can be helpful to us. And then we say, okay, so like, what are all the problems? And one of the problems with principles is just like anything else, you can argue yourself into a paper bag and out of a paper bag, and principles themselves can become an oppressive force of reinforcing a dominant viewpoint too, right? So, so how does that tie into AI? You know, AI could do one of two things. It could democratize knowledge. I mean, that's the way we thought it was going 10 or 15 years ago when we called this, when we talked about conceptions of citizen science, right? And crowdsourcing, right? Or it could consolidate, as it seems to be. If anyone heard the Pope give his first big lecture on, we could argue about whether or not the Catholic Church itself is an institution of power for good or has had some other issues like every institution. But aside from that, right, what the Pope was talking about was this notion that we've got to make a really big decision, right? It's not a question about regulating just the harms, but we have really big decisions to make about whether we're going to democratize or we're going to consolidate power and money through AI technology. And right now, it looks to the latter, right? And so what the Pope was doing and speaking out about the tech companies is really saying there is some responsibility here to do something different. So whether or not, you know, we were thinking about how to do this, right? So, you know, do you say, okay, get the AI answer and then tell us what you think about it, right? Or, you know, and do we combine that? You know, many in the room are looking at experiential learning. You and I spent time also in Poland last fall learning on the ground through experience about some of the really painful lessons of Nazi experimentation. I think it's a both and, right? I think we need to figure out how to be human again. In a hyper-technological age, and not think that the fact that we're imperfect, right, is a problem, but actually to realize that those of us who focus on our failures and try to get better at them actually probably can become quite extraordinary in the world. So that was a very, very long answer to your question that probably didn't actually answer your question. But I gave my colleagues some time to think about what they wanted to say in response.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, we don't have to know that. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks a lot for Dr. Law, Dr. Auditor's introduction about bioethics development in Indonesia and in Hong Kong. Yes. My question is, from the above description or speech, I have learned some actions. Hong Kong's bioethical knowledge, science, wisdom, advancement in Hong Kong's community. On the basis of this, is there any action promoted by ethics, sense, wisdom into Indonesia's community? And the doctor from Harvard Medical Center, BRENDEL, is there more advanced experience about this aspect? Thank you.
Okay, so if I understand your question well, is that what kind of actions should we take in bioethics training, and what can we learn from each other, actually, from the presentations, especially from right now that we're in Hong Kong? So I think the #1 answer is collaborating, because we are all learning. We're all learning from each other. And when I went back from Harvard and I talked to the leadership, the one thing that I brought to them is rules of the road. #1, we are all human. And I know that I feel nervous in front of Becca, because throughout the year we have to read in every class. So if I forget, I'm sorry, Becca. But those principles that I learned from Harvard was actually the one that we need to take action upon. So not only, again, echoing that, not only we know the historical roots, but the existing principles. What can we learn to each other? What can we move forward with? And well, as an Indonesian institution, we've been talking a lot with other institutions because the medical education in Indonesia not only involves the university, but it involves other governmental institutions. So we, at academia at least, we're really trying to foster it, how to make space of discussion. That's why we're bringing Rebecca BRENDEL and the rest of the group to help us make space and facilitate these discussions with each other on a neutral ground. Thank you.
So I think you asked me what I learned by being here and in this, but let me say that the day before, so we've been doing some bioethics for the past few days, but the day, I think it was only 2 days ago, but maybe it feels like a lifetime ago. But 2 days ago, we began our journey with dear Mr. Gerald Lee at a monastery, and really letting go of preparing ourselves for this by really letting go of our encumbrances, finding our presence, thinking broadly about opening up our minds and our spirits and our souls. And it was extremely powerful. I left really thinking about the power of metaphor, and I think being in Hong Kong, it has been a really special place. I've never been before to start doing this exploration on a personal level and for our shared work together as a place that's been a crossing point of the world, a meeting point of East and West, and a place where there has been this very complex and interwoven and very beautiful combination of cultures, of religions, of peoples, and of lives. And if there's anything that needs to set the stage for our work, it is setting the stage and creating the space and building the connections that can allow us to do this very complicated work about defining and redefining what it means to be human when technology is threatening to take us over at every turn.
Sounds fine. Thank you all.
Definitely, this is definitely an ongoing process. I fully agree. Okay, so thank you, Rebecca. Okay, thank you, Aditya.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for staying here, even after the lunch hours. We'll still have a bit of a closing remark, so stay with us. So please bear with us.
So I think I have only one more thing to say is thank you so much to Anne, to Roger, to CUHK for making it possible for all of us to be here in the same room doing this work together today. A huge debt of gratitude for our students. It's really heartwarming and overwhelming to see so many current and former students in the room. And in a way, we're all learning always together, and you push all of us to continue to do this work so that we can have a bright future and move forward. You know, those of us who are physicians especially, at a time when we're really thinking about what the moorings of our own callings are, to really be doing this work in advancing the human spirit and condition. So thank you to all of you. See you next time this year.
Wow.
Next year, this place, this time.
Well,
I'm all
actually, some of our colleagues are asking if this is going to be held annually. Is that what you guys want?
Stay tuned on all of Roger's social media outlets.
LinkedIn, social media. We have our QR codes at the back of our leaflets. But very importantly, I think today we have talked about, all these wonderful ideas. It's not about being perfect. It's not just about the principles. We go beyond the principles. We acknowledge and we try to balance all these moral pluralism in our increasingly globalized world. And, and in order to do that, we need to have epistemic and cultural humility, in order to be curious and to be compassionate, to respect and to be empathetic. We need that kind of humility, right? And so that we can put humanities at the heart of what we do and, redefining what it means to care. So last but not least, before I hand it over to Anne with a very important announcement, there's one thing that we put on the back of our pamphlet brochure. What can we do, or what can you do for bioethics during a time of shifting order? That's a question that we would like to pose to all of you. We were having some conversation during break time. Yeah, so, what we just talked about is really just methodology, okay? But I'm sure everyone who are here today are invested intellectually or in your day-to-day operation on bioethics and medical ethics. So please ask yourself, what can you do in your position, in your role and responsibilities for a better future? Thank you very much.
Yes, so to continue, we are here because we feel this is very important things of our life. This is something that we try to hold it up. So I think this kind of collaboration is so important. So I would like to extend my really, really heartfelt appreciation to our partner Harvard Medical School Center for Bioethics.
Please give a big hand to Becca. She hasn't stopped talking ever since she got to Hong Kong, and you will not stop talking for another week, right? I'm so sure. I'm so sorry.
I think you do. As well, but also for everyone who travel along from your countries to Hong Kong to join this symposium. I think this is a very good start, and we believe that this will be continued. Okay, and because that we will have to build this together in the future, right? So with that, maybe we can adjourn this symposium. But the last thing I would like to advertise is about for participants in Hong Kong, you may not, or you may aware that it's a Hong Kong Bioethics Association. So we would like to advertise this association a little bit, and we will send out an invitation to you to join this association as a member. Okay, and we will have a bunch of activities, very exciting, and stay tuned for further update.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you.